Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Hold on, let me check. Yes. Hey, Larry. Okay. Was my time in relation with Justin Times or not? Hey, Larry. Put me down, too. Okay. Okay, okay. Hey, Larry, you there? Yes. Hey, Larry, you want to come? Okay. He's actually right in front of me. Actually, hey, he's actually on his phone right now. He's on his phone right now. Okay. Okay, alrighty. Alright. Yep, bye. Do you want to test this one out? Oh, you already know. Okay. Can you test it? Can you-
Check 1 2. Check.
Check. Testing. Hello. So what, this is probably not strong enough for this, or? Testing. Yeah. Oh, you can hear me? You can hear it good, or? Oh, I'm a little low. Check. Testing. Check. Oh yeah, the only thing is he said it's muffled, that's what he said, huh? Okay. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah. And I wanted to try I wanted to
Check.
now is a great time. We don't have a lot of noise. right, Jim?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. It is October 10th, and we are still racing even during this COVID time. So thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade.
I'm Joe Peterson.
And we're going to be entertaining you, hopefully all night long, with all the racing action. It is a points night, a championship night for 3 of our divisions tonight, Joe.
Yeah, we have another championship points night for our hobby stock division. With James Thompson actually leading in points over Bree Troen by 30 points. Looks like he has that championship wrapped up for tonight. But
unless he breaks, he's got to finish, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking with Bree Troen earlier, and she said she's got to go out and win the heat race and win the main event, and hopefully have James break, but I'm not sure. That car's been strong all year, although it has had its share of mechanical difficulties as well.
Yeah, I got to interview her as well, and she said this is actually going to be her final season in the hobby stock. Next year she will be moving to the sport mod division. But yeah, she just said unfortunately it just, she had some tough luck and some things broken and just haven't went her way. It's been caught up in other issues, on the track and stuff like that. So she's moving on to another division. She says she's actually pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that car is going to have a plethora of drivers next year between the two dads, the sister, and her. In the Valley Four Bangers, it is going to be Jess Palladino will take home the championship this year. She has an insurmountable lead with 106 points going into tonight. We got 8 cars here tonight for the Four Bangers. So, folks, still, as you can see, I'll be driving tonight in the 714 again. If you're looking to get into racing, these Four Bangers are a blast to drive, and they are inexpensive when it comes to auto racing. So looking forward to that. In our wingless sprint cars, DJ Johnson comes into the night with a 48-point lead over Dylan Bloomfield.
Yeah, that series right there has just been super entertaining, just going back and forth. DJ Johnson and Dylan Bloomfield. Just going back and forth, just battling on the racetrack. We've seen great battles between them, especially for the young kid. I believe he's only 14 years old, and picking up 2 wins and stuff like that. Man, it's exciting to watch him race and exciting to watch him do battle with somebody that's the best in the West.
DJ Johnson won last time out. Was a little dejected the way it happened, just because we had a freak accident. 2 wingless sprint cars came together down in turn 1 and 2, and we couldn't get them apart. Some parts broke, and it actually intertwined, and it was very difficult to get those apart. So we did end up race 3 laps short because we were 40 minutes past curfew, so we did have to do that. In the wingless sprint car ranks, DJ again has a 48-point lead over Dylan Bloomfield. So that is a good battle there. In the super stocks tonight, coming in as it is the end of the season, Mike Welko has a 52-point lead over Jim Freethy, partly because Jim has missed a couple races. He's had Fast Freddy running that car a couple different times.
Yeah, they've been back and forth. Him and Fred Ryland have been back and forth in that car. I think just trying to get some stuff a little bit situated. But Mike Wilco's been quick, and it looks like he's gonna take home that championship.
I talked to him during the pre-race show, and I have always talked about over the number of years about how that car sounds so different. It's a deeper tone, a much more throaty tone for the 13A of Mike Welko. But last time out, he destroyed some headers and had to replace the headers, and it ended up in replacing the entire exhaust system. So that car will have a different sound to it than it has had, probably more along the lines of what everyone else has. It is going to be a lot of great racing action tonight. This racetrack looks absolutely gorgeous. Yeah,
it does. Weather's a lot cooler than we've normally been seeing, and also as well as the sky is more clear, which is a good thing. But looks like the track may possibly, I believe, it is going to stay a little bit tacky tonight with the cool air. Still kind of a little bit humid, but overall, it's once again they've been doing a good job on this track, and I look forward to some good racing.
It's going to be a lot of fun, so stay tuned here on Antioch Speedway TV. Of course, we've got the wingless sprint cars. We have the super stocks. We have the Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks and the Valley four bangers. Those will be called mini stocks next year or something similar. I think we're leaning towards mini stock. Also, on those cars, I did get a note from Chad today. We are adding the Valley four bangers, the mini stocks, to the Friday night, November 27th races for Turkey Night number 1. So if you have a four-cylinder race car and you meet our rules, bring it on out instead of going Black Friday. Instead of going Black Friday shopping, folks, come on out with your race car and let's go racing as a 1957 Chevy rolls by in the Super Stocks ranks. That thing is sweet looking.
That thing does look nice.
As Tim pans around to show you the number 4, it's a 1957 Chevy. That is an awesome looking race car, so look forward to that. So I'm Wiley Wade, he's Joe Peterson. We'll be back in just a little bit with racing action. Hot laps coming up in just a couple more minutes. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV here on AntiochSpeedway.tv.
Nice save.
An unwanted mic drop. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here from Antioch Speedway, where action is the attraction. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
Thank you very much for tuning in for another great night of racing. And coming up, Hot Lap's about to begin in just a few minutes.
All right, it looks like we have our first group hot lap session for our sprint cars. For our spec sprint car class, we do have 20 entries. I believe it looks like every car will transfer to the A tonight for that class. As we touched up earlier on the point system for the sprint cars, we have DJ Johnson leading over Dylan Bloomfield by a 38-point margin. Both DJ Johnson and Dylan Bloomfield are here tonight. Last time the sprint cars were here, DJ Johnson did pick up the win over Jeff Ensign. Looks like we will be having our second group hot lap session. Rolled onto the track in the 56 is Sean Arriaga. And in the 7EJ out of Roseville, California, that is going to be Josh Young. As you can see, our last time, our winner, DJ Johnson, on track in the 33 DJ out of Stockton, California. Also on track is the 3F out of Galt, California. That is Matt Streeter. Just rolling onto the track right now is the 36 of Bob Newberry out of Brentwood, California. Bob Newberry, the mentor of young Dylan Bloomfield in the 33. And in the 28, that is going to be Ricky Brophy out of Discovery, California. In the black and blue sprint car rolling down the back straightaway. As it looks like we might possibly be getting set to let these guys rip around the track. As they get the sign to kick up the engines for our second hot lap session for the wingless spec sprints. As I said, 20 entries, should have 3 heat races. As they see the yellow flag wave for this hot lap session comes to a close. As our third group hot lap session comes out into the track. And then number 27 out of Sonora, California, that is Steve Miocci. It's his second race in that car. As you see also in the 50 of Tony Bernard out of Santa Rosa, California. The 48 out of Vallejo, California, that is Troy Ferry. The number 2 right here out of Antioch, California is going to be Kevin Box. In that 11B out of Fairfield, California, that is going to be Alan Miranda in the 11B. Also, you see on track the 1C out of Morgan Hill, California. That is Jimmy Christian. As Jimmy just pulls off the racetrack. As we see, as the cars still continue to roll the track in. As we said earlier, cooler temperatures. The track looking to stay possibly stay wet still tonight. All right, as we see the sprint cars leave the racetrack, it looks like we're going to get set to have our 4-banger class take to the racetrack. Get set for their hot lap session. As we see in the 714 out of Martinez, California, that's the one and only Wiley Wade. Also, in the 3R out of Santa Rosa, California, that is going to be Tom Brown in the 3R. The 722 of Trevor Jolly out of Modesto, California, as the green flag waves for this hot lap session. In the 60AC, also out of Modesto, California, is Chris Corder. In the number 2 out of San Ramon, California, we have Kelly Campanelli in the number 2. And our points leader in the division, we have the 23 out of Brentwood, California. That is Jess Palladino. Also in the 37 out of San Bruno, California, we have Dana Gardner. Also, Wiley Wade in the 714 wanted to give a big shout out to Steve Perry and Fernandez Auto Wreckers sponsorship. Backed on that car. For our 4-bangers here tonight, we have 8 entries into this class. We'll have 2 heat races for you guys. All cars will make it straight to the feature tonight. Also didn't want to forget the 03 out of Watsonville, California. That is Dakota Kelson. Dakota Kelson. As the checker flag has waved for this hot lap session. That'll complete the hot lap session for our 4-bangers. As we can see, the track is just a little bit slimy than usual. Pretty sure when these cars roll around, they will get it worked in some more. Coming up next, we'll have our hot lap session for our hobby stock division. We have 29 entries for our hobby stock division. We will have 4 heat races for you guys. The top 3 will transfer into our A feature tonight. That being said, we have James Thompson leading in points tonight. 30-point margin lead over the Squirrel Bree Troen. So he just could possibly, or he should, wrap up the championship tonight. On track, we have the 225 out of Oakley, California, of Aiden Ponciano. Behind him, we have the 65 of lovely Lori Brown. Supporting her new colors, all white with pink numbers. Behind her, we have the 2 out of Salida, California, of Steve Torres. And then in that 47 out of Brentwood, California, that is Gavin Griffiths. In the 18T, we have our points leader. That is James Thompson out of Pittsburgh, California. As we see the green flag wave on this first hot lap session for our hobby stocks. Also on track, we have the 78 of Jason Robles. The 74A out of Concord, California, that is Judy Arth. As the green flag once again waves for this hot lap session. Also on track is the 44G of James Graisley out of Antioch, California. As the checker flag has now waved for this hot lap session. Group number 2 rolling onto the track right now. In the 29, that is going to be Jake Betancourt. Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood, California. And then in the 14, that is going to be Logan Fernandez out of Brentwood, California. Or I'm sorry, out of Oakley, California. Also on track is the 48 of Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California. In the 3, we have Joel Crandall out of Antioch, California. As well as the 33 out of Brentwood, that is Melissa Myers. As you see, the 47, the Squirrel, Bree Troen, and the number 97. As the checker flag has waved for this hot lap session. Also on track, you see the 32 of Ken Johns out of Antioch. the 89 of Brian Lloyd out of Antioch, California. As I said, for our hobby stocks, we have 29 entries. We will have 4 heat races. Top 3 will transfer to the feature. Our hobby stocks tonight is our highest car count for tonight, but them having 29 entries. Or actually, I'm sorry, actually they have 30 entries tonight. As we get set to see hot lap session number 3 rolling onto the racetrack. We have on track the 24M. That is Larry McKenzie Jr. out of Discovery Bay, California. In the 11A out of Oakley, California, that is Charlie Bryant. In the 45, the 3 generations racing out here, that is Gene Haney out of Oakley, California.
Hey, a little something about Gene. A little story for you. Had him on the show earlier today. He missed his daughter's wedding because it was race day. She got married today, and he said, sorry, I can't go to your wedding. It's a race day. So he missed his daughter's wedding. I thought that was... I would get myself in a whole lot of trouble if I skipped my daughter's wedding, but that is what he did.
My colleague Wiley Wade is back in the booth with us after his hot lap session.
Yeah, the car ran much better than it has been until the last lap and a half. Suddenly it started bogging again. Still think it's battery issues. Have not got the alternator charging system worked out. Hopefully it lasts. It's got on battery charge right now. Track was in beautiful. I mean, it's still a little slippery, a little slick right now, but I was able to get around the corners. And it's going to be a good racetrack tonight. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks Championship night for these fine folks. The 18T, I asked him earlier if in the pre-race show, I said, are you going to change your approach to tonight, or are you just going to do things the way you normally do? He said, no, I'm not changing a thing. I'm going to go all out. With the knowledge that if he has an accident and cannot finish, it could cost him a championship. He also said he'll be back in the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks next year.
Alrighty, as we see our Super Stocks Tri-State Pro Stock Series, as they are getting ready to set to take their first hot lap session. We do have 17 entries into that class. We will have 3 heat races for you guys. All cars will transfer to our A feature tonight. As we see on track out of Concord, California, in that number 2, that is Mike Gustafson. In the 13A car, leading our points for the stock cars, that is Mike Wilco out of Knightson, California. Speaking of Jay Bryant in the number 92. As green flag sets to fly for this hot lap session. Right behind him, we see the 94 of Chad Hammer. Got to interview Jay Bryant and Chad Hammer both. Fun fact, I did not know that they were cousins.
Yep, Jay Bryant actually got to help get Chad into the racing after
he mentioned
Chad's football career. I got to, back last week at the Thursday night practice party, he was here. I got to hold his 2 of his championship rings from professional football. Those things are huge. They're very cool.
Back along here with us as well. In the number 12, that is Ryan Soares. Picked up a win here. Said he's been off doing some other stuff with the car, but he is back, and he said he's looking forward to it. Glad to be back.
Ryan Soares in that El Camino, as he calls it.
Also on track, we had the 11H of Mike Learn out of Petaluma, California. Also, we have the 401K. I believe the last time the Pro Stock Series was here, he picked up the win. Richard Brace Jr. out of Grass Valley, California.
That is correct.
Usually he drives, I believe he said usually he drives a 410 sprint car. As we have our second group hot lap session coming out to the track.
Okay, I have to say that right there is my favorite car of the night, the 1957 Chevy number 4. DJ Keltz, I believe, is in that one. Dakota's brother. Do apologize for calling Dakota a girl. We were told that by I think somebody giving him a hard time or something. But, anyway, Dakota Keltson running the 4-banger Sinai.
Behind him in the 48, that is going to be John Evans out of Alamo, California. The 21 JT, that is going to be Justin Crockett out of Rio Grande, California, near Santa Maria, I believe it is. Behind him is the 55 of Matt Kyle out of San Jose, California. And alongside behind him, that is the 9Z of Mitch Machado. Kind of got those two mixed up a little bit.
2-time winner here at Antioch Speedway this year.
As the checker flag waves for this group hot lap session, also on track is the 99 of Jim Freely out of Danville, California. You see Jim and sometimes Fred Ryland will also be behind the seat of that car. I believe the last time that the Pro Stocks were here, Fred Ryland did pick up the win in the number 99 car.
So we had the 01 out there, and we were thinking it was a super stock, being told he's actually going to run in the hobbies. That is Jimmy Robbins, who ran the 8 car. Not 8 car. So Jimmy Bobby out of Concord. Jimmy Robbins there, and they call him Jimmy Bobby. Beautiful night for racing here. It was cloudy all day long. Didn't rain, but definitely kept the temperature down. It has kept the track moist.
Yeah, the track was still looking slick, which means that we're going to see some lap times that are going to be wicked fast tonight.
Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here tonight. Special guest in the house, my predecessor, John Myers. Right now on the flag stand. See him there on your screen. Hey, John, turn around and wave to the camera. I don't think he's hearing us. John comes down, and Pete Paulson Car Show is tomorrow. Hey, Fabulous Bob. Have John turn around and wave at the camera. There's John Myers. Drove in from Montana for a awesome car show tomorrow out in at Pete Paulson's place. We'll talk to John in just a little bit. Going to start pushing off some wingless sprint cars for their hot lap sessions. Got a good group of hot laps here. First car rolls out. That is the 36 of Bob Newberry. Out of Oakley, California. Behind him, the 3F and the 3E look exactly alike, except the little itty bitty F and E on the gas tank. And I missed it as it went by. So if it was a 3F, that will be Matt Streeter. If it was a 3E, that'll be Jacob Tuttle. 20 cars here tonight for the wingless sprint cars. Also out there, the 87, that's Abby Gonerman. I didn't know this. For some reason, I was thinking her and her dad had used to race together. And that is the 3E, that is Jacob Tuttle. And they've never raced each other. And tonight, Dan Gonerman has a new car. It used to be a wing car. They changed it over. They're going to race together for the first time ever here tonight. Dan Gonerman and Abby Gonerman. 50 cars out there. That's Tony Bernard, along with the 28 car, Doc Brophy. Normally Ricky's been running that, but Doc's in it tonight. First time in 2 years he's driven a race car. The 1C of Jimmy Christian is out there. I think that's going to do it for set number 1. I stand corrected. There's one more. It is the 3R of Bob Davis. If you don't have my race pass, head on over to your Apple store or Android store or whatever store you have for your phone. and pick up My Race Pass. It is a free app. Give you the lineups, the results. We're not able to quite give you live timing and scoring yet. Looks like Bob Newberry having trouble over there in turn number 2. Got fluid on the track, I'm hearing over the radio. Did Bob Newberry. He has had a terrible year as far as luck goes. That just has not had. If it wasn't for bad luck, then that man would have no luck at all in that 36 car. Getting him pushed away. Hopefully not something they can't get fixed and get him out here. He broke last time out as well. Anthony Vigna in the hobby stocks back out first time this year, if I'm not mistaken. Nice to have him out. So anyway, get My Race Pass. There is a paid version if you want it with some extra bells and whistles, but you can get a lot of good stuff on just the free app as well. Heating them up. Get another hot lap session going.
All right, as we get set for our, looks like our second hot lap session for the sprint cars. As it looks like they're trying to get this track really worked in. Like I said earlier, still a little bit slimy still. Like I said, we have cooler temperatures here tonight. As they're going to allow these sprint cars to work in the track as much as they possibly can. As Wade said, you guys can head over to Antioch Speedway TV for all the action. As we have tonight is a Donna, Soares, and Larry Damitz Memorial Hall of Fame night, championship night. Larry Damitz, the Sundrop Kid. You'd seen him in the 15 limited late model at the time, now the Pro Stocks. Now that car is driven by Kimo Oretta. And Donna Soares, the wife of John Soares, racing in their memory tonight. As well as our Hall of Famers here at Antioch Speedway. As the green flag sets, or green flag drops for this hot lap session. Checker flag is out for this hot lap session. As I said before, as you see, these sprint cars are ripping around this racetrack, with the track still being pretty hammered down. As another hot lap session set for the sprint cars once again. As you see, the 33 DJ of DJ Johnson rolled onto the racetrack. Our points leader in the spec sprint car class over young Dylan Bloomfield. As well as the 27 of Steve Miocci out of Sonora, California. Said this is his second time in that sprint car. Built it from ground up, didn't plan on racing it, and then said finished with the project, and he's like, well, you know, might as well just take it out to the track and go race it. Long-time motocross racer, Steve is. as it looks like the green flag is set to drop for this third hot lap session. Or second hot lap session, but group 3 as the green flag is dropped. As you can see, the car is still sliding in turn 1, sliding straight up the racetrack. That tells you that the track is still very wet. Yeah, the track's still very slick in turns 1, it looks like. As you can see, these racers still really having to fight that steering wheel just to get the car to go around the turn. Alrighty, as we get set for our first race, our 4 bangers. Heat race number 1, 6 laps. In row number 1, out of Santa Rosa, California, in the 3R, that is going to be Tom Brown. And on his outside, out of Watsonville, California, that is going to be the 03 of Dakota Kelson. In the second row, out of San Bruno, California, in the 37, that is going to be Dana Gardner in the 37. And in the 714, out of Martinez, California, my colleague, Wiley Wade. As I get set 6 laps, looks like all cars will transfer to the feature tonight. Once again, as we said, we have 8 entries for this Valley Formbaker class, or mini stocks. As they come around, they're going to see the green flag, it looks like. Green flag's gonna wave. Dakota Kelson, Tom Brown going to turn 1. Oh, they make contact. Tom Brown slides up the racetrack. Wiley Wade's gonna inherit the 3rd place position down the back straightaway. Here comes Dakota Kelson making a charge to the inside of Tom Brown. He's going to take the lead, and he's going to lead lap number 1. Tom Brown in 2nd, Wiley Wade 3rd, Dana Gardner in that 4th place position. Looks like she's having a little trouble going through turn 1. As Tom Brown's going to try to look to the inside of Dakota Kelson once again. They nearly drag down the front straightaway as they both slide up the racetrack. Tom Brown diamonds the corner, and he's going to shoot past, it looks possibly, Dakota Kelson. As he holds on. Oh, he almost loses it. Dakota Kelson still holding on to the lead. As you can see, the track is still slimy. Oh, it's Wiley Wade in the 714 slows, and that's going to allow Dana Gardner to get by him for the 3rd place position. As they're going to come to see 2 laps to go. Dakota Kelson holding on. Does Tom Brown have anything for him? As they pulled away from the 3rd place car by nearly half a track. White flag's gonna come out for Dakota Kelson. Here comes Tom Brown in the inside. Oh, they slide up the racetrack, both of them. Tom Brown to the inside. He loses it in turn 2. That's gonna allow Dakota Kelson to pull away from him down the back straightaway. Through 3. Coming out of 4, checker flag's gonna wave. For Dakota Kelson's gonna take heat race number 1. Tom Brown in 2nd. It looks like the 37 of Dana Gardner, as gets around 4, he's gonna take the 3rd place position, with Wiley Wade finishing in our 4th place position in that 714 car. Your winner, heat race number 1 in the 03. That is Dakota Kelson. Heat race number 2 coming out onto the racetrack. On the pole, out of Modesto, California, in the 722, that is going to be Trevor Jolly. To his outside, also out of Modesto, California, in the 68C, that is going to be Chris Corder. In your 2nd row, in the number 2, out of San Ramon, California, that is going to be Kelly Campanelli. And to her outside is going to be the 23, Jess Palladino, out of Brentwood, California, as they get set to take the green flag coming out of turn 4. Trevor Jolly, Chris Corder, green flag's out. Chris Corder's going to get the jump. And already Jess Palladino jumps to the 2nd place position over Trevor Jolly. But Chris Corder is pulling away. Oh, it looks like Jess Palladino gives up that 2nd place position to Trevor Jolly once again. Leading lap number 1 is going to be Chris Corder. Now it looks like Jess Palladino is going to have a battle with Kelly Campanelli for that 3rd place position. Oh, as they kind of tangle a little bit, as we see Kelly Campanelli dive to the infield. Still leading the charge in the 68 is Chris Corder, with Trevor Jolly in 2nd place. Jess Palladino, but here comes Kelly Campanelli once again, looking to make that pass on Jess. As they both kind of slide up the racetrack once again, you see Kelly Campanelli. Oh, she's going to make that pass down the back straightaway possibly. push Palladino up the racetrack. The number 2 of Campanelli takes third place position. 3 laps in, 3 laps to go. Chris Quarter has a big sizable margin over Trevor Jolly. White flag next time by for Chris Quarter. Making it look easy in his heat race tonight. Oh, and it looks like possibly Kelly Campanelli is trying to catch the 722 of Jolly. Oh, as he loses it, white flag is out for Chris Quarter. As he has half a straightaway lead on the field as he rolls down the back straightaway into 3. Going through 4. Checker flag is going to be out. Chris Quarter is going to win heat race number 2. In our second place position, oh, slides up the racetrack. Still going to take second place. The 722 of Trevor Jolly with Kelly Campanelli taking third. And the 23 of Jess Palladino rounding out your top 4. Your winner, heat race number 2, Chris Quarter, and the 68C. And that will do it for the 4-banger heat race, as we will see all 8 cars transfer into the A feature for that class. I believe next up we should be having our hobby stocks. We'll have 4 heat races, 8 laps. Top 3 will transfer to the feature tonight. The rest will have to try to survive through a B main. Alrighty, heat race number 1 rolling onto the track. Row number 1 is going to be the 47 of Gavin Griffiths out of Brentwood, California. And to his outside is going to be the 14 of Logan Fernandez out of Oakley, California. Second row in the 74A out of Concord, California, that is going to be Judy Arth. To her outside is going to be the lovely Lori, the 65 of lovely Lori Brown out of Antioch, California. And the third row in the 38 is going to be Ryan Hart out of Dos Palace, California. And to his outside is going to be Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California. And our final row in the 47X is going to be Angelica Brown out of Antioch, California. And to her outside in the number 2 is going to be Steve Torres out of Salida, California. That is your lineup for heat race number 1 as they get set to go green next time by. As green flag sets to wave. Green flag's out for our heat race number 1. Gavin Griffiths, Logan Fernandez going to turn 1. And it looks like Fernandez is going to take the lead down the back straightaway.
Fernandez, one of our young drivers in that 14 car. Coming up off turn number 4. Hi, Joe. I'm back. At the line, it was Fernandez by about 1.5 feet. Gavin Griffiths down on the low side, trying to get back up underneath him. Can't quite get the bite on that low side right now. As Fernandez down the back straightaway into turn number 3, now with about a car length and a half lead. He's working that higher line through turns 1 and 2.
And in third place is the 65 of Lori Brown, repping the new. I like that new all white with the pink numbers. But
that car is actually going to be Jordan's, the Squirrel's younger sister's car. Is where that car is going to end up next year.
Okay.
So down the front straightaway to turn number 1 goes Logan Fernandez in that 14 car, young man. Looking to take home his very first checkered flag here in heat race number 1 for the Jays Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Down the back stretch into turn number 3 he goes. Now with about a 3-car length lead over the 47 car of Gavin Griffiths. And he's got about a car length over the 65 of lovely Lori Brown in that 3rd spot.
Yes, and remember, these are our transfer positions. Logan Fernandez, Gavin Griffiths, and Lori Brown are all in transfer position.
Got a long way to go back to that, looks to be the
70
Ryan Hart car.
Yeah.
Is next, the 38 car.
Ryan Hart and Judy R doing battle as Judy R slides up the racetrack. And that's going to allow Angelica Brown to get by.
Angela Brown in that 47X car she picked up about a year ago here at the racetrack. Up off turn number 4 comes our leader, looking at the board, coming across. 2 to go this time by for Logan Fernandez in that 14 car.
Yeah, and Logan Fernandez, nice to see him running up front, doing good. He's actually pulling away, it looks like, from Gavin Griffiths. Has a nice line coming through turns 1 and 2.
I was talking to Gene Haney earlier, and Gavin Griffiths' wife. They're going to add another car to that blue and white stable. Gavin Griffiths' wife is going to start driving a race car here next year.
As white flag comes out for Logan Fernandez. One more lap around the racetrack, and he's going to pick up his first heat race win. If he can just hold on strong and hold off Gavin Griffiths.
Lori Brown still in that 3rd and final transfer spot with Ryan Hart way back there. He's 3/4 of a straightaway behind. So
as he comes around turn 4, checker flags out for young Logan Fernandez as he picks up his first heat race win. 2nd is going to go to Gavin Griffiths. 3rd is going to go to Lori Brown. 4th to Ryan Hart. And 5th is going to be Angelica Brown.
Angela Brown out of Antioch, California. Lori Brown out of Antioch. Ryan Hart out of Dos Palos, California. Griffiths out of Brentwood, and Fernandez out of Oakley. Congratulations to them. Getting ready to roll off heat race number 2 with Albert Bollinger out of Fairfield, California on the point. And outside of him will be the 3-car out of Antioch, California. That's Jewel Crandall.
And in your 2nd row, the 29 out of Brentwood, California, that is Jake Betancourt. And to his outside is the 54 of Vigna Anthony out of Concord, California.
Anthony Vigna, first time back for quite a while in that 54. I think it's first race of the year for Vigna. Next row, the 33, that tonight is being driven by Mighty Mouse, Melissa Myers in that 33 car. And outside that row is the 40N of Steve Perry.
And in your final row, out of Rio Vista, California, in the 78, that is going to be Jason Robles.
We do give Steve Perry's wife, Nasty Natalie Perry, send her well wishes as she is battling health issues. So wish you could be here with us. Coming around to the green flag this time by Albert Bollinger. Green flag in the air. Bollinger pushes right up the hill, gets it out outside as quick as he possibly can.
Oh, he slides up the racetrack, and that's
Jewel Crandall spins right in front of Vigna.
She's going to keep it going, and that's going to actually...
Bringing it back.
Yeah, they're going to bring it back. They're going to restart the race.
The red and yellow flag being displayed, that means restart. Coming around, trying to get the Jewel Crandall back up on that front row. Give him the 1-to-go signal this time by.
All right, looks like the lineup is good. We're going to have them go around one more time.
racetrack right now. Very nice. I was able to keep on the gas. I just had some mechanical issues once again. I was bogging down the middle 2 laps, and then it picked back up at the end, but by then I'd lost the spot I'd picked up. But the track is in beautiful shape right now.
That's correct. As we're going to retry this again for heat race number 2. Bollinger, Crandall on the point. Green flag waves. Bollinger gets a nice jump over Joel Crandall. And as we see, Betancourt shoots to the second place position. Jason Robles through the infield. As Mighty Mouse Melissa Myers in that third place position. It's almost see Bollinger loses it. As we see across the line, he's going to lead lap number 1. Albert Bollinger. Now Melissa Myers takes over that second place position, and she's going to try for the first place position as she gets by down the back straightaway.
Joel Crandall spins over in turn number 3 while Mighty Mouse Melissa Myers takes the lead. Albert Ballinger, our early leader, falls back to the 4th spot now out of that third and final transfer spot. Here comes our 78 car of Jason Robles. He's in the second spot, the 29 of Jake Betancourt in that third and final transfer spot. But here comes Jason Robles. Look at him come up off turn number 4, looks to the outside of Mighty Mouse down into turn number 3. She shuts the doors. Robles crosses over, gets underneath her, coming up off turn number 4. New leader at the line.
Yeah, he shot down the back straightaway like a rocket, and he takes over that lead. It looks like those 2 cars kind of just really bullied their way into that transfer position, with Robles taking over that first place position. Melissa Myers second. Jake Betancourt rounding out that transfer spot.
Robles having trouble trying to decide which way Joel Crandall's going to go. Jewel holding her line in the middle. Melissa Myers trying to get underneath Robles. She pushes up the hill in turn number 2 and loses a couple positions. Down into turn number 3, that battle for the lead goes. That third and final transfer spot as we look back, Jake Betancourt, he's sitting there all by himself, going through 3 and 4. Up front, Robles in the 78 car. Enters high, cuts down just a little bit low, and then exits high, coming up on turn number 2.
As we just pass halfway, here comes Jason Robles coming off of 3 through 4, as he's going to see it's 2 laps to go. As he holds the lead over Melissa Myers. That Joel Crandall is a lap car, with Jake Betancourt rounding out your final transfer spot. Albert Bollinger 4th, and the 54 of Anthony.
White flag in the air one more time around. Jason Robles up off turn number 2. He's got the car of Steve Perry right in front of him going into turn number 3. Mighty Mouse Melissa Myers in the second spot. And that third and final transfer spot, Jake Betancourt. Robles up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. He's going to win heat race number 2. Melissa Myers will get that second spot. And Betancourt, as long as he gets up here and crosses the line, gets that third and final transfer spot. Anthony Vigna in the 4th spot. And 5th will be Bollinger in that 02 car. Only his, I want to say, 4th or 5th race so far. He is part of the, he's related to cousins with Philip Aretta, is where Albert Ballinger comes from. That's going to do it for heat race number 2.
Now? Yeah, buddy.
Chris Bennett's down there for a quick winner's circle interview.
Get out. No, don't get out.
Go ahead with Chris Bennett.
We're down here with heat race number 2 winner, Robles, Jason Robles. Jason, you got what? You got your stock car motor in this already, or what? You're on a roll.
I don't have a motor for the stock car yet, but no, it's fun out here now. Figure out that popping, and we'll be all right.
Tell you what, you sure as heck prepared a good track for tonight. Good luck in the main event.
Right on, buddy. Thank you. I want to thank Chad for allowing us to do this, and all the help, everybody that helps us with the track.
Back up to you.
Hey, heat race number 3 looks like this. Charlie Bryan and the 11A out of Oakley on the point. The 44G of James Gracely out of Antioch on second.
And our second row, the 32 out of Antioch, California, is Ken Johns. And to his outside, the squirrel out of Antioch, California, in the 97 of Bree Troen.
Troen with 30 points to try to make up to win the championship tonight over James Thompson. In that third row, the 89 of Brian Lloyd out of Antioch and the 46 of Colton Haney out of Brentwood, California.
And in our final row, the 71A out of Oakley, California, is Michaela Taylor.
Magic green flag in the air, 1 to go. We'll go to green flag racing next time by. 32 of Ken Johns has control of the field. Charlie Bryant, a no-show, as is Robbins. Jimmy Bobby in the 01 not out there. He might no, he is there. We got 2 cars missing. No, that's Squirrel. So Jimmy Bobby not there, the 01. And Charlie Bryant in the 11A not out there. Coming around for the green flag this time by Ken Johns with control of the field in that 32 car. Slams the gas up off turn number 4. Gets out in front. Here comes the Squirrel. She's trying to get around James Gracely as quick as she can. She needs the win to pick up the points for the win. 1 car leaves the racetrack.
Yeah, as you see her sitting in third in that final transfer position. As she looks to possibly get around James Gracely through in the inside. No. James Gracely's going to hold on to that second place position as we already see the 30.
Smoke coming out of the leader's car. He pushes up the hill. Trouble in the 32 of Ken Johns up off turn number 2. Sorry about that, Joe.
It looks like he's still pushing, though. He's still moving. Looks like he hasn't slowed down a bit.
Up off turn number 4 goes Ken Johns in that 32. It's Smoke trailing out. James Gracely second. Retro in third. Fourth is the 89. Brian Lloyd. Fifth is Michaela Taylor in the 71. And sixth is the 46 of Colton Haney.
Yes, Michaela Taylor makes that pass on Colton Haney. As now we see James Gracely kind of moving in on the 32 of Ken Johns.
The Squirrel's car not handling well. She got all kinds of sideways coming up off turn number 4. She keeps losing ground. She's got to get this win, or needs this win to help her with the points. And right now, that car not handling the way she needs it to.
As you said, also the track is still pretty slick right now, so that could also be taken into effect.
21.04 seconds, 64.163 miles an hour that time by. Gracely gets closer. He pushes up the hill.
They both slide up the racetrack. They hit that slick spot over there in turn 1.
Down to turn number 3. Through the line, still Smoke coming out on the back of the 32 car, but that car is not slowed down. 3 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks.
Yeah, Gracely just inching so slightly closer. Looks like he kind of gains and then he kind of loses.
Gracely in that 44G coming up off turn number 4, losing ground to Ken Johns that time. He had trouble getting through the middle, 3 and 4. 2 to go.
2 to go. They're still both in a transfer position, so he doesn't have to make a drastic move to get by the 32. As it looks like Ken Johns is going to see the white flag out one more time around the track, and he'll pick up the heat race win.
Ken Johns down to turn number 1. James Gracely second. The Squirrel Retro in third. The 89 of Brian Lloyd fourth. Colton Haney fifth. And sixth is the 71A of Michaela Taylor. Down to turn number 3 and 4. Coming up off turn number 4.
Coming out of 4, and it looks like Ken Johns is going to take the checker flag as he slows as soon as he went across the line. I don't know if that could be an indication of something.
Obviously knew he had issues with that car. Gracely second. Troen third.
Yeah, and Troen pulls right off the racetrack as well. I wonder if she had problems, as you said earlier, with the handling throughout the race.
Lloyd in the 4th spot. 5th will be Haney. So congratulations to Ken Johns taking home heat race number 3 tonight.
Yeah, and it looks like possibly he might need a push. He is slow right there in turn 4. So obviously something happened with the race car. As we've seen the smoke start coming out around lap 2, I believe it was.
Tim got his phone on down there. Just waving at somebody.
I don't think we're going to be able to get a word with Ken. I think he's having some difficulties.
Want to say hi to folks on Facebook just joining us. We got our Facebook drop in right now. Welcome. If you want to see all of tonight's actions, you got to head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for tonight's exciting racing action here at Antioch Speedway. Let's send it back downstairs to Chris Bennett with Ken Johns.
I think you gave it all she had in the heat race there, dude.
I had to. It's been a rough week. Need a couple hours of sleep. Figure out what this smoke is. A little water issue or something. What I can tell.
You had a solid performance in the heat race. Hopefully you're able to get it together for the main event. Hopefully you don't have to start your drinking here early.
I sure hope so. I hope Brad Myers won.
Good luck the rest of the night.
Our starting lineup real quick. John Haney on the point. Devin Vaughn outside the front row.
And in your second row, in the 24M, that is Larry McKenzie Jr. out of Discovery Bay, California. And to the outside is the 225 of Aiden Ponciano out of Oakley, California.
Our points leader, 18T of James Thompson out of Pittsburgh. Inside row 3, outside Gene Haney in a 45 out of Oakley, California.
And in the 72 out of Manteca, California, that is going to be Mitch Enos.
Mitch Enos out of Manteca in that 72. He won last time out. Or 2 times ago. Something like that. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air for John Haney and Devin Van Hen.
Devin Vaughn on the high side with the lead coming up off turn number 2. John Haney falls in line. Battle for third. James Thompson has it by just a slight advantage. Him and Larry McKenzie get together in turns 3 and 4.
Devin Vaughn leads lap number 1 over John Haney. James Thompson in that final transfer spot as Larry McKenzie is trying to get a run on James Thompson down the back straightaway.
McKenzie chasing Thompson for that third and final spot, but right now he's got about 2 car lengths to make as Vaughn crosses the start-finish line and the lead. Aiden Ponciano getting squirrely in turn number 4 that time.
Yeah, it looks like, as I said, the track is still, as Aiden Ponciano kind of slides up the racetrack, Mitch Enos slides right into the backside of Aiden Ponciano, and he is slowed down the back straightaway now.
At the line, we put another lap in the books. 3 down, 5 to go in this 8-lap heat race. Give you a quick rundown. It is the Devin Vaughn car on the point. John Haney second, James Thompson third, Larry McKenzie fourth, Aiden Ponciano fifth, sixth is Gene Haney, and seventh is Mitch Enos in that 72 car, which it's really weird to see him way back there because that is a fast race car.
Yeah, it is. Most of the time, I've always seen him running up the top 3. You know, him and Damasi Scoggins and James Thompson had that big battle. I believe it was a couple weeks ago.
At the line, it's got 1934 on the stopwatch, 69.804 miles an hour. This track is getting faster as the night goes on. It will get better and better as he is just checking out in that 16V. Devin Vaughn out of Antioch, California into turn 3 and 4. John Haney, 2 to go this time by. And James Thompson in that third and final transfer spot. Then we have Larry McKenzie, Aiden Ponciano, Gene Haney, and Mitch Enos still your running order.
Yeah, Devin Vaughn is looks like he's trying to enter into another zip code as he has a full straightaway lead over John Haney and James Thompson right now. As he's going to see the white flag come out.
This time he goes through turn number 4, and that car pushed up the hill big time, almost got into the fence. Meanwhile, while I say that, Aiden Ponciano sitting up against the fence in turn number 2.
Yeah, Aiden Ponciano sitting in the center of 1 and 2.
Under our first yellow of the night.
It looks like he slid up the racetrack. As you can see his tire marks right there. And it looks like we are going to put on the scoreboard 2 laps to go to decide this heat race, this last heat race for the hobby stocks.
One of the nice things about that front-wheel drive car I'm driving, get down there in that slick spot down there, just turn that thing all the way left and mash the gas, and that pulls the front end right around. Lights out, green-white checkered this time by. Our 4th and final heat race for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks.
Let's see if
Texas I'll restart with Devin Vaughn on the point.
Devin Vaughn on the point as he's going to once again pull away from the field. And this time, James Thompson's going to inherit the second place position.
James Thompson at 18T trying to pick up the win. That's just going to help him all the more if he can get up there. But I'll tell you what, that Vaughn car is pulling away. Thompson, I did talk to him. He is going to stick around in the hobby stocks next year. He talked about wingless sprint cars. He talked about, IMCA stock cars. But he's going to stick around with the hobby stocks. White flag in the air.
White flag's out. Devin Vaughn pushes up the racetrack ever so slightly. James Thompson, let's see if he can get a run down the back straightaway through 3 and 4. He's not going to get it done. Devin Vaughn's going to win heat race number 4. James Thompson second. John Haney third. And that's going to be Gene Haney over Larry McKenzie as rounding out your top 5. And Mitch Enos in the 6th place position. So your winner in the 16V out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Devin Vaughn.
Congratulations to Devin Vaughn taking home that win. James Thompson doing what he needs to do. He's finishing strong. That'll give him a good start, a better starting position coming up later tonight in the main event as he is trying to take home his championship. Let's send it down for a heat race winner circle.
We're down here with heat race winner Devin Vaughn. Devin, you went down to Arizona, you picked up this car, and you've had a bunch of solid performances ever since.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, our luck has turned over the season with this car. It's a great feeling that we can actually compete and hopefully not continue to break, because, I mean, that seems to be our kryptonite. We break about every time we come out. Haven't seen a main event checkered yet, but maybe tonight.
Go get him in the main.
Heat race number 1 for the Super Stocks with Chris Smith on the point, Mike Learn second, Mike Gustafson and Matt Kyle row 2, row 3, Mike Welko and Ryan Soares in row 3. Right now, Mike Learn coming up off turn number 4, lap number 1 in the books.
Here comes Mike Gustafson on the inside as he takes the lead away from the 11H of Mike Learn. Matt Kyle sitting in that 3rd place position. Gustafson, as he jumps to the lead, and he's going to try to pull away from the 11H.
That car's looking good. He hasn't been out here in a few races. Nice to see that 2-car back.
Heat race number 1, 11 laps. Looks like all cars will transfer to our A feature tonight. Gustafson still running onto the top of the point. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Matt Kyle in 3rd. As we see Mike Wilco, our points leader for this division here at Antioch Speedway, sitting in 4th. As the number 12 of Ryan Soresian in the 5th place position. Down the back straightaway. Does Learn have anything for Mike Gustafson as he inches closer to him with 3 laps to go? Oh, and he's coming out of 2 down the back straightaway. He's stalking the rear end of Mike Gustafson. 2 laps to go. Can Mike Gustafson hold on?
Side by side at turn number 1.
Oh, Mike
pushes
Learn.
up the hill.
And he's going to keep it.
Stalls the car.
Stalls it.
Going to bring out the yellow flag. He went down in there and he was about to run into the side of the 2-car, just slammed on the brakes and stalled the car and can't. There, he's starting to get it rolling, looks like. Gets that pushed off. It's going to be another green-white checkered, second one of the night.
Yeah, as we've seen, Mike Learn was gaining after losing that lead to Mike Gustafson and ended up just stalling it there in turn 2. That's going to put him to the back of the field.
He will be done as one and done for the heat races.
So, yes, he will be done for the night. But, like I said, all cars will transfer to the feature tonight, so we will see him later on in the Pro Stock Car feature tonight. as it looks like we are now down to 3 cars, as Gustafson, Matt Kyle, and Mike Wilco.
Texas-style restart. Mike Welko in the 13A is our points leader. Had a chance to talk with him on the pre-race show. You can go check that out on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. One of the drivers I talked to at my pit walk today. The 55, Matt Kyle chooses the high side, puts Welko down on the low side. But Mike Gustafson is the one with the control of the field. Coming up off turn number 4, we're going back to green flag racing. It's a green-white checkered finish right here. Gustafson has a good run up on that high side once again.
Matt Kyle is going to take that second place position. Gustafson looks like he's pulling away already from a second place car as he's going to see the white flag come out.
Gustafson running right on that cushion right up in turns 3 and 4 and does the same thing down in 1 and 2. That car is setting a pretty line. That thing's not moving. He's just setting it sideways and running that right around the corner.
Checker flag is going to wave for the number 2 of Mike Gustafson. Second place is going to go to the 55 of Matt Kyle, and our third place is going to go to Mike Wolko in the 13A.
Great run by Mike Gustafson. Heat race number 2 looks like this. On the point, it's the 401K of Richard Brace Jr. out of Grass Valley. Outside the front row, the 9Z of Mitch Machado out of Roner Park.
And in our second row, the 99 out of Danville, California, that is going to be Jim Freely. And to his outside, the 94 out of Antioch, California, is going to be Chad Hammer.
Row 3, Jay Bryant, the 92 out of Folsom, California, the 77 of Chris Long. Let's send it. Well, we were going to send it down, but the winner did not go into the infield. So
last time the Pro Stock Series was here, we did see Richard Brace Jr. picking up the win in that division in the 401K car, as they are going to get set to take the green flag.
Oh, it was 2 races ago on August 29th. We actually had you'd forget it because they only had 4 cars there. Green flag in the air on the 12th of September. Fast Friday Ryland took that one.
Mitch Machado jumps out to the early lead over Brace Jr.
Machado out of used to be a strong runner at Petaluma. He said he wasn't running there much this year, but he is coming out here and having a very strong run each and every time he comes out in that 9Z car. Behind him, as you said, Richard Brace. Third is Jim Freethy. Fourth is the Jay Bryant car. Chad Hammer 5th, and 6th will be the 77 of Chris Long.
Mitch Machado. 2 laps in, Mitch Machado still our leader, as he's trying to check out away from Richard Brace in the 41. Now doing battle is Jay Bryant, as he's running up on the 99 of Jim Freely.
Mitch Machado up off turn number 2. He's got about 5 car lengths over the 401K of Richard Brace.
As we see also doing battle is 94 of Chad Hammer and the 77 of Chris Long back there for the 5th place position, or the 5th and 6th place position. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for the 9Z car.
Up off turn number 4. 3 laps remain down to turn number 1. He's running about midway up the racing surface. Up off turn number 2 goes the 9Z down the back straightaway. He's got Richard Brace on us in the 2nd spot. 3rd, Jay Bryant. 4th, Jim Freethy. 5th, Chad Hammer. Hammer having trouble coming up off turn number 2, pushing up the hill big time. Gavs the back up, keeps on going.
As we see each heat race that comes out, they continually push that cushion up ever so higher and higher. As it looks like Mitch Machado is going to see the white flag one more time around for him. Richard Brace, if he possibly has anything for the 9Z, he's going to have to make it happen down the back straightaway. Through 3. Coming into 4. Checker flag is going to wave. Mitch Machado is going to win heat race number 2. 2nd is going to be Richard Brace Jr. 3rd is going to be the 92 of Jay Bryant. Fourth is going to go to the 99 of Jim Freely. And fifth is going to go to the 94 of Chad Hammer.
Last lap is 17:79 on the stopwatch, 75.885 miles an hour. Mitch Machado continuing his winning ways here at Antioch Speedway. We'll send it downstairs.
Good run. We're down here with heat race winner Mitch Machado. Mitch, solid run, dude. What's it going to take to put this thing in the winner's circle in the main?
Track's pretty, I would say, technical. If you can get in your line, you're good. The bottom line ain't much there, so we'll have to see how it all pans out.
Keep digging, brother. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Heat race number 3 rolling out on the point. Brent Lawrence out of 4T out of Grass Valley, California. Justin Crockett, Rio Grande, California. 21 JT outside the front row.
And in your second row is going to, out of Alamo, California, that is going to be the 48 of John Evans. And to his outside, out of Vacaville, California, in the 15, supporting our Larry Damitz car, is Kimo Areta.
And in our third and final row, DJ Keltson out of Newman, California. Also at the back there, that is the 01 car. That is Jimmy Robbins. So we had him down as a hobby stock a little while ago, but actually he is here in the super stocks. So Jimmy Robbins and the 01 at the back of the pack. Jimmy Bobby.
As they're going to get set to take the green flag. Final heat race for this Tri-State Pro Stock, Super Stock class.
Coming up off turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Brent Lawrence with control of the field as they get on the mash of gas, but you want to know what? Dustin Crockett gets down to turn number 1 first.
Justin Crockett.
Jimmy Bobby up into the wall on turn number 2. You might have gotten a piece of paper between that car and the wall. Sorry about that, Joe.
Justin Crockett's going to lead lap number 1 over the 4T of Brent Lawrence. Coming here all the way from Rio Grande, California, near Santa Maria. Making his travels. As, Brent Lawrence is in the inside. But no, he's not going to get him. Justin Crockett still holds on to that lead. 2 laps down, 6 to go. And here comes the 15 of Kimo Areta. Trying to get into the mix as he wants to do battle with Brent Lawrence for the second place position.
Up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway, Justin Crockett in that 21 JT. The 4T of Brent Lawrence, the 15 of the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta, then the 48 of John Evans, then the 4 car of DJ Keltson in that 1957 Chevy, then the 01 of Jimmy Bobby, rounding out the field.
We got a battle on our hands for the second place position as Kimo Areta is not going away. He wants to get that 4th place position away from Brent Lawrence as Justin Crockett wants to get away from this mix.
Up off turn number 4, across the line, 3 laps remain, but the battle for second down the front straightaway into turn.
As Crockett slides up the racetrack, and that's going to allow Areta and Lawrence to inch closer. Lawrence right on his tail side. They're going to white flag next time by. Does Lawrence have anything for Crockett? As they're going to come up
Crockett
on lap traffic.
Pushes up the hill once again, opens up the door. Brent Lawrence on the inside. Here comes the Areta. Down into turn number 3. Areta goes to the high side of Lawrence. Side by side, almost 3 wide, as that 21 JT definitely does not have the handle it did earlier in this heat race. Coming up through turns 1 and 2. He now spreads it out by about 2 car lengths. They had trouble getting around that 01 of Jimmy Bobby. Down into turn number 3. Our leader coming up off turn number 4 is going to be Justin Crockett.
Justin Crockett's going to win heat race number 3. Brent Larson second. Kimo Areta third. The 48 of John Evans in 5th. And the 4 of DJ Kelson rounding out your top 5. Your winner of heat race number 3 in the 21 JT out of Rio Grande, California. That's going to be Justin Crockett.
Handle on that car went away a little bit, and he's able to hold on and take the win. Getting him to the infield.
That was the biggest push I've seen in years.
Pushing like a dump truck down there. There's that 57 Chevy. I just love that car. Speaking of 57 Chevys, we're going to talk to John Myers here in a couple minutes. And I guarantee there's going to be some 57 Chevys tomorrow at your
Out here with Heat Race winner Justin Crockett. Justin, turn 2 is your nemesis, dude. You almost gave that away a couple times.
Yeah, we're a little bit tight right now. Second time to Antioch. We're just thankful that we have a place to race, thanks to Chad. We're still working on it. We're kind of doing some testing for the October 31st race. We usually run in Bakersfield and Santa Maria and do really well. And, win running with these guys. We're just honored to be here and get a heat race win out of the deal.
It's always good to see you make the trip up from Arroyo Grande. Good luck the rest of the night.
All right, thanks for having us.
Back to you.
While we're getting the wingless sprint cars out here, John Myers, former announcer here at Antioch Speedway for 20 years or so, amongst other 30 years or so, amongst other jobs around this place, driving the water truck and all kinds of fun stuff. You were doing the flagging a little bit earlier.
Oh, yeah. I love being around a racetrack. Moved back up to Montana and don't have a racetrack up there within 250 miles of me, so kind of out of that, doing a few other things up there, but sent out a little thing on Facebook that said I was back at one of my favorite places in the whole world, and that's right here at the Antioch Speedway. I love this place. Been around for a long time, and some great racing out here tonight, Wiley.
This racetrack, since you were here last year, Chad came in and winded out 70 feet in the corners, 60 feet in the straightaways, and evened out the banking a little bit, and it has made great racing all year long.
I've really enjoyed the racing so far here tonight. Now we get to see these great sprint cars out here, and looking forward to them. This track looks like it's going to be fast.
So while we have a minute, let's talk about Pete Paulson's big show that you're here to do. And so tell us the story. What's going on out there?
Well, we've got the last hot rod party, the absolute final hot rod party over at Pete Paulson's ranch over in French Camp. It's off Bowman Road over there. If you're out there on the internet and looking for something to do, come on over to see us tomorrow. We're going to be over there. We're supposed to have a big car show over there. He's already got over 250 cars pre-registered, so we're looking for somewhere around 350 to 400 cars.
Wow.
Some of the best hot rods and custom cars in Northern California. I know John DiAgostino is going to be out there with one of his super custom cars, and I know Jerry Cesar is going to be out there, and Candy Clark's going to be back out there today. And remember the show Lassie?
Yes.
Well, the star of Lassie, the young gentleman that was the young boy on Lassie,
Yep.
well, he's going to be there tomorrow also signing off autographs. So, and his wife is a writer of children's books, and she's going to be there signing autographs. And if you come on out, you can get into that great barbecue we got out there. I'm going to be out there playing music all day, and I got a friend of mine that came all the way from Indiana going to be out here with me, TJ the DJ. He's been out here working the racetrack when we were down here, and he's going to be out there with me. And this whole show over at Pete's is dedicated to a really good friend of mine, Don DeWolf Reedy, passed away in February, and we're dedicating this show to him. He was out there. This will be my 29th year at Pete's show, DJing that show, and Don was out there for 28 of those, or 27, because last year he didn't make it. And we got sprint cars going, so I'm going to let you guys get back into what you do, and maybe sometime later on tonight you'll let me call a race.
Absolutely. John Myers. Got a good show coming up tomorrow out there at Pete Paulson's place. Been to that. The one that sticks out to me, last time I was here, there was this school bus, an old school bus that they converted. That thing was just unbelievable. Anyway, on to wingless sprint cars. Bob Newberry on the point, 36 car, if they got it fixed, and he's able to get out here. The 3E of Jacob Tuttle out of Oakley, California, outside the front row.
And in your second row, in the 21 out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Roy Fisher. And to his outside, out of Morgan Hill, California, in the 1C, that is going to be Jimmy Christian.
Sean Arriaga is inside row number 3 out of Antioch, moving over from the wing sprint cars. He got himself a wingless sprint car. Had a chance to talk to him on the pre-race show. Check that out. He's excited. He loves these things. Outside of him is Matt Streeter in the 3F, always a strong runner here. He's out of Galt, California.
Yes, and in your final row, in the 71 out of San Jose, California, that is going to be James East.
Back at it for sprint car racing here at Antioch Speedway. Got some great racing action about to happen. These cars, with the racetrack conditions right now, I'm going to say we're going to hit, I'm going to say 92, 93 miles an hour. And I think if the track goes the way it has the rest of this year, it'll probably hit a little bit faster later on. But we're about to find out.
Yeah, as we see the two team cars, it looks like, and the 3F and the 3E, Jacob Tuttle and the 3E, and Matt Streeter and the 3F.
3E of Jacob Tuttle comes to a stop on the front straightaway. Not sure what happened to Jacob. I'm surprised he's in that car. They bought a wingless sprint car, number 69, last time I saw it. Last time he was out with it. But today in the 3 team, Tuttle with Black Bear Diner, Country Cross Radiator, Diablo Pools. No, his seatbelt, part of his seatbelt safety harness system came unbuckled, so we pulled over to get that refastened. Beautiful Saturday night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. I want to say once again,
looks like we do have the 36 of Bob Newberry is going to be a scratch for heat race number 1.
Yeah, they must have broke that thing again. He came out 2 weeks ago and broke in hot laps and wasn't able to continue. Still have the look-in going on, I believe, at Facebook. I have not been told we're out. So, again, if you're looking to watch the rest of the racing action tonight on Facebook, head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv. That is the only place to be for all the racing action, as we are on our own television network. We did not do it last week, but we are back for the rest of the year. So keep an eye on AntiochSpeedway.tv here at Antioch Speedway. Waiting to get that situation fixed down there. And Mark Griner checking in. How you doing, Mark? Your message has been passed on. Lineup is set, other than we got to get the 3E back into his position, Jacob Tuttle. We'll get his front row outside position back.
Oh yeah, I think these cars are going to get over 90 miles per hour.
And he's sneaking up the middle there. Trying to, anyway. There we go. All right, got Jacob Tuttle back in his position. Lights out. We're going green flag racing next time by. Let's see how fast these cars are going to go. Unfortunately, hopefully Bob Newberry's problem can be fixed and then get him back out for the main event. But he obviously is going to miss his heat race. Coming up off turn number 4, they're picking up the speed.
Green flag's out. Oh, already Jacob Tuttle jumps out to the early lead.
Look at that car push.
Roy Fisher's going to move into the second place position. Jimmy Christian in third place position. Here comes Sean Arriaga in the 56 and 4th. Oh, Arriaga getting sideways nearly down the front straightaway. Oh, and he's going to collect the 3F of Matt Streeter. Hops his wheel, but they're going to keep going.
Something happened there to Sean Arriaga's in the middle of turn number 2. That thing almost came to a stop, and Streeter had nowhere to go, ran into the back of him, hopped him a little bit. Yeah, yellow flag is out. Looks like we got debris up there in turn number 2. Debris from that contact down there between Matt Streeter and Sean Arriaga. Working on getting the cone out here to the front straightaway. If you're unfamiliar with it, the sprint car here at Antioch. Single file restart, cannot pull out the pass until you cross the start-finish line in this orange cone that someone's about to put down on the front straightaway below Fabulous Bob. Getting it out there. If you do cross below it or hit it, you are penalized 2 positions at the next flag. Give them the 1 to go signal. We'll go back to green flag racing next time by. We got that Pierre Debris picked up there in turn number 2. Our running order looks like this. Jacob Tuttle on the point. Roy Fisher is second. Third is the 1C of Jimmy Christian. Fourth is the 56 of Sean Arriaga. And fifth is the 3F of Matt Streeter. And sixth should be the James East car.
Green flag is out. Once again, Jacob Tuttle. Oh, and he jumps out to the big sizable lead.
Arriaga once again having trouble in turn number 2. This time Streeter gets underneath him and gets around him, but that car not handling in turn 2. Tuttle way out in front already. Running a nice line through turns 1 and 2. He's got about a quarter straightaway lead right now over the second place car of Roy Fisher. Fisher having a good run here tonight. One of his best runs of the year so far. At the line.
As we see Streeter and Christian bump, as Christian's going to take that position away from Streeter, as Arriaga wants to get in the mix as well. Oh! As we see a tire fly off of Roy Fisher's car, and it sails over the wall. Wow.
Rear tire for Roy Fisher comes off. It left the racing surface.
Luckily, that car just slid up the racetrack and it didn't do any somersaults.
I don't think anybody was over there. There's no cars lined up, so I think we're going to be safe, but they're going back to look. Get those tires flying and they can go a long ways. They got the tire. Everybody is okay over there. So 14:34 on the stopwatch last time by. That's 94.142 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're pushing. But yeah, man, I just looked over and wow.
We got four laps to go.
4 laps remain, halfway done. 4 down, 4 to go. 2 wing sprint car drivers running this race, with Jacob Tuttle, who is doing a combination of winged and wingless sprint cars, and then Sean Arriaga, who has gotten rid of his wing sprint car and is going just spec sprint racing. Looking forward to doing it a lot next year, he was talking about. He ran the BCRA midgets here 2 weeks ago and said he's going to Petaluma next week to run a different midget car. The car he ran last time was actually an Echo midget. It's got about 100 horsepower less than the normal midgets, and he was the highest finishing Echo midget. He said they used primarily engines in those Echo midgets out of Chevy Cobalts and HHRs. All right, we got Roy Fisher on the hook, got him down into the infield. Chad getting the cone out there on the front straightaway. Hopefully Roy Fisher can get that thing fixed and get back out for the main event. So we got 4 down, 4 to go. Give him the 1 to go signal. Let's starter stand. Jacob Tuttle is on the point. The 1C of Jimmy Christian is second. The 3F of Matt Streeter is third. Fourth, the 56 of Sean Arriaga, and fifth, a different looking James East. The graphic on that car, much different than what he has run for many, many years here tonight. Looking good for James East, net number 71 car. Our leader, bringing him around slow, Jacob Tuttle. Gets on the gas. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air for Jacob Tuttle. As Jimmy Christensen tried to make a move, but he pushes up the racetrack, as well as Sean Arriaga. Oh, and he pushes up the racetrack once again. Jacob Tuttle still leading the charge.
Down into turn number 3 goes Jacob Tuttle. That car had slight push going into the turn. Little push in, but got through the center and off okay. Again, a push in the entrance of turn number 1. So that car pushing on turn entrance.
Yeah, you can see the drivers fighting the steering wheel through the turns.
White flag in the air one more time around. Jacob Tuttle, all he has to do is keep it off the wall, keep it out of the infield, keep that thing running, he'll pick up a win.
Through 3, coming out of 4. Your winner for heat race number 1 is going to be Jacob Tuttle. Second is going to go to Jimmy Christensen. Third is going to go to Matt Streeter. Fourth is going to go to Sean Arriaga. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be the 71 of James East. For heat race number 1, winner Jacob Tuttle in the 3E.
Tuttle stepping into an unfamiliar car, taking home the win. Congratulations. Last lap, 14:06, 96.017 miles an hour. It is a fast racetrack again here tonight. Heat race number 2, but first let's send it down to Chris Bennett.
In his 3rd time in a non-wing sprint car, picking up the heat race win, Jake Tuttle. Jake, did you forget to get strapped in there in the beginning or what?
Got strapped in. You never know when they pop loose, though.
Solid performance. What is it going to take to put this thing up front in the main?
Just going to take some driving, and hopefully we get a good starting position and just leave on the start.
Attaboy. Best of luck.
Heat race number 2 looks like this. Dylan Bloomfield, the young 14-year-old out of Discovery Bay, on the point outside the front row. Abby Gonderman out of Antioch, California, in the 87 car.
Yes, and in your second row, out of Brentwood, California, in the 92A, that is Jeff Scotto. And to his outside, out of Stockton, California, in 33 DJ, that is going to be DJ Johnson.
DJ, our points leader, coming in tonight. Third row, the 2 car of Kevin Box out of Antioch, the 11B of Alan Miranda out of Fairfield.
And in your final row, in the 3R out of Petaluma, California, that is going to be Bob Davis.
That's your starting lineup for heat race number 2. 8-lap heat race, getting ready to go. In wingless sprint car action here at Antioch Speedway. Fabulous Bob doubling them up. Look for Dylan Bloomfield to be pushing about that same speed, if not a little faster. He's that's a new car to him. It's only 2nd race, I believe, for him in that car. After all the success they had with their other car, they went out and got a new car. Dylan Bloomfield, feature winner. Only one non-top 5 finish so far this year here at Antioch Speedway for Dylan. Blew a motor one night.
All right, it's lights out for heat race number 2 as they get set to take the green flag. Bloomfield, Gonderman on the front row. Green flag's out. Looks like Dylan Bloomfield is going to jump out to the early lead over Abigail Gonderman. Here comes DJ Johnson.
He gets on the brakes coming down the back straightaway. Came up on the back end of Abby Gonderman. Coming up in tonight's main event, Abby and her dad Dan will race together for the first time ever. They've been sharing that ride for many years. Dylan Bloomfield coming up off turn number 4. That 33 car once again fast as always. He's got the other. It's the battle of the 33s once again here for the wingless sprint cars. DJ Johnson trying to reel him in, but right now Bloomfield able to hold him off with about a 5 or 6 car length lead going into turn number 3.
As they cross the line, now just 1 car length away. DJ Johnson's right on the rear end of young Dylan Bloomfield.
Coming through 3. Bloomfield has a problem in turn number 4. Suddenly that car pushed up, give the lead to DJ Johnson. Bloomfield tries to get back underneath him going into turn number 3. Nothing doing.
Nothing going as he loses it a little bit through 4. And now DJ Johnson's set to pull away from young Dylan Bloomfield and the rest of the field.
14:01 on the stopwatch, 96.360 miles an hour that time by for DJ Johnson. That 33 DJ car once again is fast.
As we see the 87 of Abigail Gonderman and the 11B of Alan Miranda doing battle for that 3rd and 4th place position.
Coming around white flag this time by DJ Johnson up off turn number 4. 2 to go. Dylan Bloomfield still in 2nd, 3rd Abby Gonderman 4th, Alan Miranda 5th. It's Bob Davis in the 3R.
As we see DJ Johnson through 3, coming out of 4, he's going to see that checker flag, our heat race winner. Dylan Bloomfield in 2nd. And it's going to be across the line. Oh, I think it was Alan Miranda getting that 3rd place.
Alan Miranda, it is. Official word.
Alan Miranda over Abigail Gonderman, finishing 4th. Rounding out your top 5, I believe that's going to be the 3R of Bob Davis.
Lost a bunch of speed that last lap, did DJ Johnson. Ended up with only 84.375 miles an hour.
Alrighty, your heat race number 2 winner out of Stockton, California, and the 33 DJ. That's going to be DJ Johnson.
Down there with Chris Bennett. Let's send it down for interview time.
Heat race winner DJ Johnson. DJ, solid run. I think every one of those passes was clean.
Most of them are. That's how we roll. Yeah, I mean, the guys are having fun tonight. They're singing and dancing at the trailer, and it doesn't look like we're really taking it seriously, but, you know, we race hard every time we show up, and, you know, I got to thank Antioch Speedway. They're putting up more money tonight, and got more cars here than any other track right now in Northern California for the non-wing cars, and, you know, I mean, aside from the money, even if we were racing for nothing, we would race shopping carts just as hard, so hopefully we get a good starting spot in the main and try and give these guys a run for their money.
Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
DJ Johnson, winner of heat race number 2 for the wingless sprint cars. Heat race number 3 getting ready to get pushed off. Doc Brophy on the point, the 28 car out of Discovery Bay, normally driven by Ricky. Ricky let Dad drive it tonight. Tony Bernard outside the front row out of Santa Rosa, California in the 50 car.
And in your second row, in the 48 out of Vallejo, California, that is going to be Troy Ferry. And to his outside, out of Roseville, California, in the 7 EJ, that is going to be Josh Young.
Row number 3, the 8 car of Dan Gonerman out of Antioch, a former winged car. They changed it over, made it a wingless sprint car. And to his outside, the 27, that is Steve Miyake out of Sonora, California. Pushing these cars off. Up until this year, the spec sprints at this racetrack had starters in them. Now they switched rules, started following rules and along the lines of the other tracks in the area, and so they are starterless for the spec sprint cars. If you're not familiar, Miyake getting pushed off on the front straightaway. Got one more. Looks like I think that's the 50 car of Tony Bernard. Still waiting to get pushed off. There we go. Got Woody back there to get him pushed off. Get these cars wound up. We'll go green flag racing. Up next, we do have the B main for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. We got 17 cars battling for the top 8 positions. Ryan Hart's going to get start on the point in the 38 car coming up before intermission. Got all the cars rolling. We'll get them doubled up. Fabulous Bob. What Chet called him something else last week. Fabbo or something, or?
Yeah, he called him. What was it? Yeah, like Fabby
or
Fab Bobby or something. Yeah. I gotta hit him up on Twitter and ask him and see. Hopefully, maybe Chet, if you're watching, tweet me.
All right, we're getting these cars ready to go. So, John, you're saying that's the final show tomorrow, huh? The final time. If you've never been to a Pete Paulson car show, folks, you need to go because that thing is a blast and it is huge. Beautiful property out there. It's well worth it. Head on out and see the Pete Paulson car show one final time.
Whereabouts in Martinez is what Sierra. You know where Oak's at? Going down Pacheco. Yeah. Go turn on Oak and go to the top of the hill and then Sierra, and he goes down top 3 houses down. So I walked on one of my routes. There's a truck that has a little 51 on it.
Alrighty, lights out, getting set to go green for this heat race number 3. And it looks like it's jumping out to the early point. It's going to be Tony Bernard. Oh, and we got trouble in the back.
Dan Gonerman, I believe that is over there, sitting backwards. Working on getting the push truck over there to turn number 2.
As it looks like we possibly may have had a little bit of confusion on the racetrack. As now as Fabulous Bob's going to give him the restart flag. Complete restart.
Last year was going to be the last one. Since Andy Lucio had 30, they taught me to have 31. Well, bummer.
As they're going to try to, looks like, get the 8 of Dan Gonderman back rolling. As now we see him, oh, I'm sorry, the 48 of Troy Ferry, actually.
Magic green flag in the air. We're going green flag race, and next time by it is a restart. So on the point, 28 of Doc Brophy, the second place of Tony Bernard. Third is 48 of Troy Ferry, although he did have to, no, he does get his spot back.
Yeah.
And in row 3, Dan Gonderman and Steve Miyake.
All right, here we go. Green flags out once again. Once again to the early point is going to be
Tony Bernard.
Tony Bernard, yeah.
Coming up off the outside of the front row, gets down to turn number 1 first. Again, that high side pays off more often than not.
Josh East gets into that second place position with the 28 of Ricky Brophy as he slides up the racetrack.
Actually, Doc Brophy.
Or Doc Brophy, I'm sorry.
2 down, 6 to go. 14.66 on the stopwatch, 92.087 miles an hour. Tony Bernard on the point. Second is that 7 EJ of Josh Young coming up off turn number 2. Josh looks to the high side, trying to get on the high side of Tony Bernard coming up off turn number 4. Now he crawls underneath, just about touch wheels coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, into turn 3 they go.
Oh, he pushes up the racetrack ever so slightly. Still Tony Bernard going to hold on to that lead.
Josh Young with a bobble in turn number 3, loses a couple cars lengths.
But he gains it down the back straightaway. Here comes Josh Young.
Dan Gonderman's the one that keeps backfiring, going down into the turns.
He's going to use the lap traffic as a pit, possibly.
To turn number 2, yellow flag out. That's Doc Brophy.
Yeah.
15.46 that last time, 87.322. And hearing over the radio, spun all by himself.
5 laps in, 3 to go. As we had a good battle on our hands between the 50 of Tony Bernard and the 7 EJ of Josh Young.
Getting Doc Brophy pushed off, he will have to go to the pits. One and done for heat races. Doc Brophy hasn't raced in 2 years. Last time, I'm trying to remember if he ran, most of the time, he's run wing sprint cars, but they had switched over to the wingless sprint cars. So give him the black flag, say, sorry, Doc, you got to come back for the main event. Yeah, I was talking to Doc Brophy. You can see that interview on the pre-race show and the replay. He was talking about he's used to driving straight. Said if you're turning, you're wrecking, because he's been doing drag racing.
Green flag's out. 4 laps to go. Tony Bernard out to the point. Here comes Josh Young once again.
Josh Young right up to the back bumper. Had to get out of the gas coming up off turn number 2. Now he's trying to get crossover. Gets a little loose coming up off turn number 4. Losing a couple spots. Here comes Dan Gonderman. Didn't have 8 car. He wants to make it a 3 race.
But he's just so good through 1 and 2. He gains ground once again on Tony Bernard. White flag next time by.
Bernard has a better exit, getting a little better speed coming up off the turn. At least off turn number 4 this time, though. So that time Josh Young had to get out of the gas just a little bit. White flag coming out. This time by one more lap in.
One more lap for Bernard. Does Young have anything for him? Oh, he does not have that nice run coming out of 1 and 2.
Up over the cushion.
Yeah.
Coming around the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is going to come out for the 50 of Tony Bernard. Second's going to go to Josh Young. Third's going to go to the 8 of Dan Gonderman. The 48 of Troy Ferry is going to be fourth. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Steve Miocci and the 27 car.
Steve Miocci out of Sonora, California. Last lap of 14:26, 94.670 miles an hour. It's going to do it for our heat races. Coming up in just a mere moment, we're going to have the Hobby Stock B main. But first, let's send it down to Chris Bennett for our Victory Lane interview.
Picking up the heat race win is Tony Bernard. Tony, you've been in this game a long time. I think you've raced just about everything there is. Now you find yourself in a wingless car. Solid performance here in the wingless.
It's awesome. It's great when the car's set up right. The track's fast. It's awesome. Nice and hooked up tonight. I love it. It's great here.
What's it going to take to put this thing right back here at the end of the night?
Hopefully good laps just like last time. Hopefully the same.
Good job, Tony. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
So transferring 9.
Transferring 9 for the B main as the 32 is scratched. 38 Ryan Hart on the point. The 54 of Anthony Vigna outside the front row.
And in your second row, is going to be Brian Lloyd in the 89, and to his outside, the 45 of Gene Haney.
Row 3 to 47X of Angela Brown and Albert Ballinger in the 02 out of Fairfield.
And your fourth row is the 46 of Colton Haney, and to his outside, the 24M of Larry McKenzie Jr.
Row 5 to 48 of Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood and Steve Perry out of Antioch in the 40N.
And in your sixth row, the 71A of Michaela Taylor, and to her outside is the 72 of Mitch Enos.
Row 7 inside the 74 of Judy Arth and outside the 3 car of Jewel Crandall.
And in the 8th row is 11A of Charlie Bryant, and to his outside is a 225 of Aiden Ponciano.
At the back of the pack, the 2 car out of Saldea, California. I didn't say that right. Steve Torres. Salida, California. I looked at it wrong, thought it wrong, and green flag in the air.
Green
screwed me up.
Green flag in the air, and it looks like, oh!
Look at Anthony Vigna on that high side. Brand new race car for Vigna.
Yep. 15 laps to see who's going to transfer into our feature. 14 laps actually.
Top 9.
Anthony Vigna across the line is going to lead lap number 1.
Jewel Crandall spins down there at turn number 3, hearing over the radio. I'm not sure she may have a little bit of help.
And we see the 46.
Colton Haney spinning to the inside in turn number 2. Vigna in that 54 car. Great wrap on that car. His last race car was just a straight up black car. Good to see him back out here tonight. Ryan Hart in the second spot. Third is Gene Haney. Fourth, Angela Brown. Fifth, Larry McKenzie. Sixth, Judy Arth. Seventh, Angela Brown. No, I already said Angela Brown. Seventh is Jeff Betancourt. And eighth is Aiden Ponciano. Ninth and final transfer spot, Albert Ballinger. But he slips up the hill, opens up the door. Mitch Enos takes that spot. And here comes Michaela Taylor.
As Anthony Vigna getting around lap traffic. As he gets by the 3 of...
One car spins down at turn number 4. That's going to bring out the yellow flag.
Yellow flag's out. Yellow flag is out.
I believe that's like Albert Ballinger.
Yes, the 02 of Albert Ballinger.
He spun on his own here over the radio. It is 2 and done in the B mains. So he will be able, if he can get it rolling and fired back off, continue on. Racetrack looking beautiful.
Yeah, you can still tell it still has a lot of moisture in it. It's still pretty tacky, as you can see the car's sliding up, coming through one.
So our running order right now looks like this. Anthony Vigna on the point. Second is the 38 car of Ryan Hart. Third, the 45, Gene Haney. Fourth is Angela Brown. Fifth, Larry McKenzie. Sixth, Judy Arth. Seventh, Jeff Betancourt. Eighth is Aiden Ponchiano. Ninth, Mitch Enos. 10th, Michaela Taylor. 11th is Steve Torres. 12th, Jewel Crandall. 13th is the 40 car of Steve Perry. Running order, going to give him one to go signal at the starter stand. We'll go back to green flag race and next time by. Top 9 transfer. Mitch Enos right now in that final transfer spot, that 72 car. Out of Manteca, California. In a Duster. I love that car. 1970 Duster. Great flag back in the air. Anthony Vigna on the point down the front straightaway into turn number 1 on the high side. Here comes the 38 of Ryan Hart, but he's got Gene Haney to his outside. They touch. Haney has to get out of the gas. Larry McKenzie tried going to the high side of Haney. He gets pushed into the wall. Angela Brown having some trouble. Almost gets into Larry McKenzie. They're all getting it straightened out. And here comes Aiden Ponchiano. That car is fast.
Angelica Brown and
are hooked together.
I think he almost took her bumper off.
Angela Brown and Aiden Ponchiano get together.
Aiden Ponchiano's making moves as he makes his way into the 4th place position now.
That car is fast. He started it back in the pack.
Yes, he did. Angelica Brown, her bumper is nearly hanging off the car, as that's going to allow Jeff Betancourt to get. They're going to go side by side.
Ant Vigna coming up off turn number 4 in the 54 car into line.
And they hook together. Larry McKenzie and Jeff Betancourt go around.
They're still wrecking.
And
Mitch
Enos goes
Judy
into the wall.
Arth involved. Steve Torres' front bumper hanging down.
We have all kind of chaos pursuing through turn 4.
McKenzie, Jeff Betancourt, Mitch Enos, Judy Arth, Steve Torres. Flat right rear tire on the Larry McKenzie car. Judy Arth. Sounds like Judy Arth may have been the first instance person on that. Something hanging off on Angela Brown's car.
You can see the bumper, the front bumper of the number 2 of Steve Torres is nearly underneath the car.
Colton Haney in the infield. Looks like he will not make the main event tonight. Won't have the 3 generations out on the racetrack. Got front bumper cover for Angela Brown hanging off. Hey Rich, the 47 has her bumper cover hanging off completely on the right side.
I mean the 2 in front of 71, the 2 in front of the red 71. 24, right rear flat.
24, Larry McKenzie, right rear flat, trying to get this straightened out. Ant Vigna in the 54 car is our leader. Second place is the 38 of Ryan Hart. Third, Gene Haney in the 45. Fourth, Steve Torres is dragging. The 225, Aiden Ponchiano there in the 4th spot. 5th, the 47 of Angela Brown, but I think she may have to go get that repaired. I'm not sure. Waiting here. Steve Torres behind her.
As we just seen Jeff Betancourt leave the racetrack.
Steve Torrance is going to get the mechanical flag as he comes around the purple 2 car.
Yeah, black flag for 89. Did not take the green.
Aiden Ponchiano, damage from a couple laps previous to that on the right front there, as he got tangled up with Angel Brown. 89 car, Brian Lloyd didn't make the start, so he is getting the black flag. Can't come in late. Given the cars that went off for repairs a couple laps, as they were not the cause. And Vina. Hey Rich, see the 47, the bumper hanging off? I don't know if you're going to let that go. Angela Brown in a transfer spot in that 5th spot. So our transfer cars, Aunt Vina, the Ryan Hart car, the Gene Haney car, Aiden Ponchiano, Angela Brown, Michaela Taylor, Jewel Crandall, Steve Perry, and Judy Arth. Our 9 cars out there are
all
we have 9
transfer
cars
cars.
out there, all transfer cars at the moment.
Exactly, yeah.
Waiting for a couple of them to come back out. Going to double them up, get ready to go. 14 lap. B main, halfway done. 7 down, 7 to go. Top 9 are transferring. What is going to be a top 8? But Ken Johns, winner of one of our heat races earlier, did have to scratch. If you remember, he was smoking a lot during that heat race and came to a stop on the racetrack after the checkered flag came out.
It looks like the 20.
Larry McKenzie.
Jeff Betancourt set to come out in the 48.
That 24 and the 29 are like making that curve here. But I don't see him coming.
It is final points night for the hobby stocks tonight. Couple of cars back in the pits. The 24M of Larry McKenzie and the 29 car. Betancourt are running for Rookie of the Year in a tight battle. Going to give them one to go this time by. If you don't have it yet, get on over to your mobile device store and pick up My Race Pass. It is a free app. Can get all the lineups, see who enters, what classes are running, our schedule, our results for the year, and a lot of good stuff on there. If you want to pay a little money, you can have some extra bells and whistles, but just a straight up one will give you lots of good information. When we get our scoring loops installed and we get that system up and running, we will have live timing and scoring on there as well. Hopefully next year on that one. As we are quickly, Joe, we are quickly coming to the end of the season here.
Yeah, but I believe just about 5 more races.
Something like that. Got that Tuesday show coming up in November. Got a 2-day show coming up in 2 weeks for the Dwarf Car Mania. Lights out, going green flag racing next time by Anthony Vina and Vina on the point.
Yep.
Here we got one car that's just going to make it. They'll come out of the pit entrance as the field rolls by. Green flag.
Green
Back
flag in the air.
Hart did not let Vina
Ponchiano.
get away. Here comes Ponchiano.
He's getting aggressive as
getting
he gives
very aggressive, and it is talked about on the radio. Gene Haney up to the second spot. Here he comes. Looking to the inside of Vina. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3, but Vina far enough out front. He comes up off turn number 4 with about a car length and a half lead.
Angelica Brown takes over that.
One car into the wall, 74, Judy Arth. Jewel Crandall spins on the front straightaway. We stay under the green. Yellow flag is out. Pierre Debris up on the front straightaway. Sounds like a little extracurricular activity between Angela Brown and Aiden Ponciano.
Yeah, as you see him tangled down the back straightaway. Aiden Ponciano's getting a little aggressive. Looks like trying to make his march up to the front of the field.
He has definitely changed his driving style over the last month or so.
Yes,
he has definitely gotten much more aggressive. Vigna on the point. Gene Haney is second. Third is Ryan Hart. Fourth, Angela Brown. Fifth, Aiden Ponciano. Sixth, Michaela Taylor. Seventh, Judy Arth. Eighth is going to be Jeff Betancourt. Ninth, Steve Perry. 10th, Steve Torres. 11th will be the Jewel Crandall car, and hearing there is debris on the turn 2. I can see it up there about halfway up the racing surface, and possibly some other debris on the back straightaway, or maybe just the one. Came off the 2 car, I'm hearing over the radio. All right, we're going green flag.
Yep, double them up again. Halfway in with this B main event.
7 down, 7 to go. Anthony Vigna on the point. He's taking the high side. Again, Texas style restart. Leader gets a roto himself. Second place gets to choose high side or low side. The leader has to choose high side or low side too, where he wants to block.
Green flag, and it
high
looks
side.
like,
Here comes Gene Haney down on the low side.
Oh!
Almost touched coming up off turn number 2.
Ryan Hart's going to inherit that 3rd place position. Aiden Ponciano in the 4th place position. As he's coming, he kind of rips around the cushion, shoots down to the bottom.
Ponciano looking to go high 3 wide into turn number 1 as Hart was looking to go outside of Gene.
Oh! Bencourt gets into the side of, I think that is the 74 Judy Arth, as she slides into the turn 2 wall. And he loses 2 positions. Still leading the charge is Anthony Vigna with Gene Haney in 2nd place. With Ryan Hart and Aiden Ponciano doing battle for that 3rd place position.
So that's 3rd and 4th, 5th, Angela Brown, 6th, Judy Arth, 7th, Michaela Taylor, 8th, Jeff Betancourt, 9th, final transfer spot right now is a 2 car of Steve Torres.
Steve Torres in your final transfer spot. So 9 cars will transfer, and it looks like just 2 cars out of this B main will not make the feature tonight.
So they picked up almost 8 miles an hour from 7 or 8 miles an hour from earlier tonight. 18.80 seconds, 71.809 miles an hour. As Ponciano almost gets into the wall in turn 2.
Yeah, and it looks like Betancourt and the 71 of Michaela Taylor.
They're hooked together.
They're hooked together, yes.
Tandem spinning over there in turn number 2. Not able to get themselves situated, so. Got those 2 cars stuck together. Looking at the board, waiting to hear officially, it looks like maybe 3 to go.
Yes.
And just heard, yes, 3 laps remain in this 14-lap B main event.
And it looks like I'm hearing we are going to have to yellow checker this race, I believe, just because of time restraints.
Maybe it's for the B main event.
Checker it and set them up.
And it's going to be official. We're going to yellow checker this B main event. And it looks like taking the B main feature is going to be Anthony Vigna. So it'll be Anthony Vigna, Gene Haney, Ryan Hart, Aiden Ponciano, the 47 of Angelica Brown, the 74 of Judy Arth. I believe that is the 2
Steve Torres.
Steve Torres, the 40 in of Steve Perry, and it looks like it'll be the 3 of Joel Crandall will be the 8 cars that transfer straight into the feature, even though there should be, I believe, one more spot.
Have to wait and see from
Yeah, we'll have to get official
Andrea.
word who will get that final 9th spot to transfer into the feature.
Well, being John is here tonight, we're going to break out for our national anthem coming up here in a few minutes. We're going to take intermission real quick, and then we'll have the national anthem. But we got to break out Lee Greenwood for John being here. But right now, let's send it down to Chris Bennett.
What do I do? Well, I don't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. It's been so long. I tell you what, stay put. Was it worth it?
Oh, bro. It's like nothing else, dude.
Welcome back. Your B-Main winner, Hobby Stocks, is Ant Vinion. And for those who don't know, has had a hiatus of about 3 years. Ant, what's it going to do to put this thing in, up front in the main?
It's going to take a lot of work. See, Tom, that wasn't too much of it, but I'm going to try. We'll see how it goes.
I hope you guys understood that. I can't hear anything he's saying. And good luck the rest of the night. I think we might have a couple minutes. You're going to let this thing run? Thank you. Good grief. I know you're excited. All right, let's get a couple more words in before we get the next set of races coming out. And dude, yeah, you do the talking.
It's been a long couple years. Life happened. I'm proud of the way the car came out. It's working right now. Let's see what we can do in the main.
I'm proud of you, buddy. Keep up the good work and good luck. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we're heading into main events. That's right. It is time for main events coming up next, so don't go away. Right now, we'll open up our Facebook. And give you the video from earlier tonight for the pre-race show. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. It is going to be a great night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. And let me get my microphone ready. We're going to reach out here and flip the camera around. Rich Quadrelli, you are the race director. You get the interesting job, shall we say?
Yes, I get the good fun and the bad fun every night. Yes, sir.
So what's the hardest part about doing your job?
Hardest part, trying to calm everybody down, pretty much calm everybody down in the pits and everything. I mean, we had a pretty bad year this year, so just keeping up with everybody, making the right calls out in the track. That's one of the biggest things we're concentrating on now, trying to get all the right calls made. We made a couple mistakes this year, which I feel bad about, and I admitted to them, but we're going to get better and better every week. So.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this probably at least 8 to 10 years. I was racing out here for since the 80s, and then I was racing with my 2 kids, and kind of got too expensive, so then I started officiating. Then when John had the track, I was the chief steward for John, and then when Chad took over, he asked me to continue on, so I'm still here.
So you're the one that if someone's not happy, they come see you. But not as much if someone's really happy, they don't necessarily come see you.
Exactly. I get all the ones most of the ones that aren't happy at night, That's the ones I hear. Then I hear about the ones that are happy after the fact. But yeah, the ones that are not happy, I meet up with them every night.
So after the races, you're not just hanging out, you're walking around and talking to folks.
Well, I don't have to. Yeah, I try to walk around, but usually they catch up to me either at the pit board or the infield, yes.
So what's the plan for today as far as you've got the hobbies, you got the super stocks, the 4-bangers, and some of the wingless sprint cars. So how do you plan on who's going to go first and stuff like that?
Basically, I sit down at home, figure out what divisions are running, and it's all about tire size. A lot of people don't understand the tire size, who's going to go first. But usually tonight it's going to be our hobby stocks going to start packing the track first, then our super stocks, and then we're going to finish it off with the wingless sprint cars. Then when we get to the main racing, our 4-bangers will lead it off, then our hobby stocks and then come in, then our super stocks, and then our wingless sprints will finish the show tonight.
Is it different for you when you have a big show like last weekend, the 2-day Bill Bowers special rules? Or is it's just another race day and you just keep calling the way you call?
Pretty much it's the same race day. Stagger, like that last weekend we had the sport mods and the A mods. So the only thing we change up in them is like the mud packing series. Don't pick on the sport mods, make them do it all the time. So I'll pick the sport mods one night, the A mods the next night. But pretty much it's the same technique every week.
And a lot of people I don't think understand that prepping a track doesn't start Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon. It starts early in the week, and it's a big, long process, and then you come along on Saturday and do your part where you're watching and having to get it packed in so it's race ready at race time.
Yes, we got a couple guys that finally we got the track prep under control now. Jason and Donna are here all week long prepping the track along with Tom. They're all prepping the track every night. When it's 105 degrees out here, they're out here at the track every night prepping the track. But it's an every night deal, prepping the track, and then when the cars get on there Saturday, it's ready to go. We got to pack it in, and we're ready to go.
All right, Rich Quadrelli, thank you very much. Have fun tonight. And oh wait, real quick, you just had a little prize show up.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a prize, but I'm sure it wasn't free.
No, I just bought one of the new IMCA stock cars, yes.
They put on a whale of a show last week.
Yeah, they put on an awesome show last week. I mean, it was one of the best shows I've seen out here. And all our shows last week were awesome, but the stock cars are off the hook.
They just put on a great show every time I see them run. So can't wait for next year when they're regular on this racetrack.
That's it. Me neither.
All right, Rich Quadrelli, thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to you tonight racing, too.
Hey, folks. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Hey, folks, go over to Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. That is Rich's wonderful wife's ice cream place over in Oakley.
Yep, right on Main Street in Oakley, 2581 Main Street in Oakley, California here. Come on by and say hi.
All right, there you go. Rich,
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Good.
Facebook Live. Let's not have the bathrooms in the background.
Oh, well,
let's have race cars in the background.
I wasn't here to interview.
That's okay. We're live on Facebook. So Chris Briggs, of course, Antioch Speedway Days of Old Facebook page, but tonight you're focused on because you are the head man on the Hall of Fame.
Director of the Hall of Fame, yes.
So how's it looking for tonight?
Not too good. Not too good. We got a video together, and unfortunately some technical difficulties. Weren't able to get it on the switcher to be able to show it during the broadcast. So that didn't go, but I will post it up on my Facebook groups and the Hall of Fame page. So just a little slideshow on the Hall of Famers we have and kind of talking about what's going on with it from here on out. So unfortunately, I worked kind of hard on it. And
I'll talk to you, but maybe during intermission, when we have intermission, we put it up on the Facebook page.
I don't know if I can do that from my phone.
We'll figure it out. It'll be on your Facebook page.
Yeah, it's going to be on my Facebook page.
We'll
it's on my computer.
Anyway.
It's on my computer. So we
but,
tried.
You know, this whole COVID thing, folks, it has made life interesting.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Like I said, we're going to go from here forward. We're going to do it with fans in the stands. Like I've said before, we want people here to be able to celebrate with the drivers and our crew members. Hall of Famers aren't just drivers. We got car owners, engine builders, longtime sponsors, people who've been around the track. They're all eligible. So, when we'll be nominating here pretty soon, we'll be sending in our accepting nominations. That will be on the acceptance list as far as other people, just not drivers. So.
Very good. Chris Briggs, Hall of Fame for Antioch Speedway Hall of Fame Director, and Antioch Speedway Days of Old Facebook page.
All right. Oh, also, I did buy the domain, so it's AntiochSpeedwayHallOfFame.com.
AntiochSpeedwayHallOfFame.com.
No more Weebly.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
So that's Chris Briggs from Antioch Speedway. Let's go over here. Gene Haney's been trying to catch up with me as we keep having technical difficulties. There, he saw me. Here we go. So Gene Haney, driving a hobby stock tonight. All right. So we're live on Facebook, Gene. So, first of all, you're in trouble today, I hear.
Yes. Tell you how bad I want to race. My daughter's getting married today, and I told her I couldn't make it. That racing come first.
All right, if you would please stand and put your hand over your heart as we get set to do the Star Spangled Banner National Anthem. Alrighty, that was Lee Greenwood singing our Star Spangled Banner. As we get set for our main events, we have our four-banger main event. 15 laps for our four-banger main event.
Joe, there's one thing we got to do. I'm here. This has to go out over the air. Do you feel it?
I feel it.
You really feel it?
I really feel it.
You feel the need, huh?
I feel the need.
I got the need for speed. It's main event time.
All righty, here we go.
On the front row, we're going to have the 722 of Trevor Jolly out of Modesto, California. On the outside of him will be the 3R of Tom Brown out of Santa Rosa, California.
And in your second row is going to be the 68C out of Modesto, California. That is going to be Chris Quarter. And to his outside, out of Watsonville, California, in the 03, that is going to be Dakota Kelson.
And the third row on the inside is going to be the 37 of Dana Gardner out of San Bruno, California. And on the outside will be the 2 of Kelly Campanelli out of San Ramon, California.
And in your final row is going to be the 714 out of Martinez, California. Is going to be Wiley Wade. And to his outside, out of Brentwood, California, is going to be the 23 of Jess Palladino.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've seen the Four Bangers run. Looking forward to having some fun with these guys.
Oh, yeah, we have all of our cars transferred. So we'll have our 8-car heat race, or I'm sorry, 8-car main event.
It's a main event.
Laps. Yeah.
These guys, when we first started the four-banger class here, man, it's been 10 or 12 years ago. When we first got them up, we had up to 15 to 20 cars in the four-banger division. There, they were all, at that time, were all front-wheel drive cars.
Mm-hmm.
Now it looks like we got some Pintos out there and some rear-wheel drive cars, which makes a little bit of difference. We're ready to go here as the four bangers pull out onto the racing surface. Jolly and Brown going to be up there in that front row. The second row going to be Chris Quarter and Dakota Kelson.
I'm not hot.
Yeah, you're good.
They bring him around. Bob's going to look him over. He's going to bring that magic flag up in the air. He shows the magic flag, and we're ready to go. 15 laps of racing. I always loved the magic green flag. You know why it's magic, don't you? When he holds it up, we go racing. It's magic. Jolly and Brown set the pace as they come down the back straightaway. In that second row, going to be Quarter and Kelson out of the Kelson clan down in the Watsonville area as they swing them around. Off at turns 3 and 4. Bob looks them over as they come off at 3 and 4. They bring them down to the line. They hit it. Bob's got it out. The green's out. We're racing. On the break, down into turns 1 and 2. It's going to be the 3R of Tom Brown jumping out into the lead, and back behind him is the circle 3 of Kelson as they come down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. The 72 of Trevor Jolly brings it around into the line and completes lap number 1 of 15. Kelson sitting back in that second row. Then back to the second Pinto out there of, I'll catch the numbers that comes around. I'm not really up to date on these guys as they bring them to the line. It's going to be Jolly up there with the lead. Kelson in second. And then back to the 2 of Kelly Campanella.
Tom Brown in your, yellow flag is out. Yellow flag is out. It looks like we have Jess Palladino and sitting center of turn 3 and 4 wall. Two laps down, 13 to go, and our leader shot out like a rocket in the 3R. That is Tom Brown. We hear our lineup is good. 03 Dakota Kelson, second place.
I'll apologize. I'm a little bit out of shape for doing this stuff.
Well, it's good to have you up here. I know you've been away for it, like you said, for a while, so.
Yeah, living up in Montana, it's 250 miles to a racetrack, so I get a little rusty, and the only thing I've been doing here for a few years is we call it Motor Roundup up there. We take motorcycles, ATVs, UTVs, and we run them as barrel races. Kind of fun to do, have fun at that. We're trying to get a small track started up there in Hamilton. Looks like it may go this year. We're hoping anyhow. Tom Brown up there with the lead. Dakota Kelson back in second. The 2 of Kelly Campanella back in that third spot. And then back to
Chris Quarter in that 4th place position.
That's 68C of Chris Quarter back there in that 4th position. Back to the 5th place. Gee, Wiley's all the way up to the 5th.
Looks like the 5th place is a 722 of Trevor Jolly.
Okay, that's 722.
37 of Dana Gardner.
And then Wiley. Okay.
Mr. Wiley Wade in the 714.
23 goes off the track of Jess Palladino, goes off on the hook.
Yeah,
looks like he broke something up there in turn 3.
Yeah.
Double up sign is given by Bob down there, and we get set to go. Tell you one thing I've never been a half fan of is the Delaware restarts, or I know it was Texas restarts. I spent too long with NASCAR where you start them side by side. Bob looks them over as they come off of turns 3 and 4. Everybody's where they belong, and that magic green flag goes back in the air.
Green flag out in the air. Once again, it's going to be Tom Brown's going to jump to the early lead in the circle 3 of Dakota Kelson. Still stalking the rear end of Brown. As we see the 68C of Chris Quarter shoots to that 3rd place position. And does he have anything for Kelson? No, he doesn't. Tom Brown still leading at the point.
The 2 of Campanella drops back just a little bit as they come off turn 4. She got out of shape, but it's still Brown down the back straightaway having a great race down there. Kelson still back in that 2nd place, then back to Quarter back in 3rd. And Campanella still holding on to that 4th place. Quarter moves up into that in behind, right on the rear bumper of Kelson as they come off down the back straightaway. Quarter trying to find something in that car to get him a little bit, but Tom Brown way out there with the lead as he brings it back down to the line to complete another lap. 5 down, 10 to go. Brown holding on to the lead. Kelson still holding on to 2nd place. Quarter back into 3rd. And that 2 car of Campanella back still holding on to 4th as they spread them out around the racetrack. Brown down to complete another lap. Kelson still holds on to 2nd at the line, but here comes Quarter trying to make it move. And the 2 of Campanella drops back just a little bit.
It looks like Wiley Wade slows as you see Tom Brown shoots by him. Wiley Wade's having some trouble as he slowed down the front straightaway.
Looks like something may have gone wrong with that 714 of Wiley Wade as he's up slow on the high side of the racetrack as Brown opens up almost a full straightaway lead. He's got a full set of corners leads as he comes off a 4.
He's entered into
Kelson still back in 2nd, Quarter holding on to that 3rd spot. The 2 back there of Kelly Campanella holds on to 4th place as Brown brings it down off the banking in that beautifully prepared Pinto. He brings it down off turns into turn 1 and 2, around through lap traffic, and Kelson still back in 2nd. Quarter still holding on to 3rd, and back to that 2 of Campanella back in that 4th spot. The only real race on the racetrack right now is for 2nd and 3rd between Kelson and Campanella.
Oh, his Quarter slides up the racetrack
as they bring him to the line. Brown's still out there with a big lead, but the race right now, it is tight. Kelson having just a little bit of problems as they come down the back straightaway and into turns 3 and 4. Dakota Kelson
they slide up the racetrack.
Quarter tries to get in there and get a little bit of a nudge, use a little bit of that chrome horn on the back of Kelson. Doesn't work as Brown brings it around with a full straightaway lead over 2nd place of Kelson, and then back to Crowder, and then back to Campanella as they bring them off at turns 3 and 4. We've got 3 to go for Brown as he holds a full straightaway lead. Race on the racetrack, still for that 2nd place. It breaks a little bit as Kelson gets caught up behind lap traffic, and here comes Crowder now moving down, trying to get around that lap traffic. Crowder again moves in on Campanella, or on Kelson as they bring it off turns 3 and 4. There's 2 laps to go. Crowder to the inside. Kelson with a block move as they go into turns 1 and 2, slides up the racetrack. Crowder pulls it around. The white flag comes out, 1 to go for Tom Brown. Race back there still for second as they come into turns 3 and 4. Kelson holds on to it. Crowder down on the inside trying to make a move. Brown brings it off at turns 3 and 4. Down to the checkered flag, picking up the win. Out of Santa Rosa, California, it's going to be Tom Brown in that beautiful Pinto. Second place, still in race back there as they bring him around. It's going to be Dakota Kelson picking up second. And then back to Chris Crowder. And then back to the 2 of Kelly Campanella. Hey, that's a great racing action for the little four bangers.
Oh, yeah, with Tom Brown picking up the win. And we've seen a nice battle going on between the 0-3 of Dakota Kelson and Chris Quarter in the 68C. Rounding out your top 5 is going to be the 2 of Kelly Campanelli and the 722 of Trevor Jolly. We'll round out your unofficial top 5.
Tell Wiley it's about Zach's time for his meds.
Wait, say that one more time?
Hey, Joe, I want to thank you and Wiley for letting me come up here and play for a while. Like I said, I'm not used to doing this anymore. I'm out of shape for it. I used to do this all by myself up here for about 30 years, believe it or not.
Yeah. Man.
And always had fun, always enjoyed being up here. And when I come back down, I always come out and see Wiley, and he lets me come up here and play. I'm glad you let me come up and play today.
Oh, yeah, it's good to hear. I'm glad you had fun, glad you had a blast here.
Want to remind everybody that we got a big car show going over at French Camp tomorrow over at Pete Polson's Hot Rod Party, the 31st and final Hot Rod Party. Pete, after 31 years, decided to hang it up, and I came down to do my 29th show. So we got some great cars going over there. A lot of great things happening over there. So if you're out there on the internet watching, come on over to Stockton tomorrow, over to French Camp, and come over for the show, and we'll see everybody over there.
All right, sending it over to Chris Bennett now.
Down here with your 4-banger main event winner and first-time visitor here, Tom Brown. Tom, it didn't take you long to figure out this track.
Thank you very much. It was a little slippery on the heat race, and I got into Dakota and the heat race. I apologize for that, but what an amazing track tonight. Thank you for being here.
Tell you what, you had some stout competition, like you said, from Watsonville regulars like Dakota and Campanelli, and you had some Merced regulars with Chris Quarter, and you just you're in a league of your own.
Well, thank you. You know, to get a win in front of Chris, he's amazingly fast. I had the opportunity to race against him in Petaluma, and he is fast, and to get a win ahead of the Central Valley Mini Stock guys, that is a big win for me. Thank you very much for being here.
Who do you have to thank?
Bob Davis, Cardiac Scott, my pit guys, Jeremy Ginsfold, Beth Webster, Chet Wilson, he came out with us, Sam from Santa Rosa Transmission and Car Care, and Steve from North Bay Fab.
Congratulations, always good to have you out here.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Can we hold for just a minute till Wiley gets up? You got anything for Donna? Huh? You got anything for Donna?
I don't want to give you anything. Go ahead. You got a lot of experience with her.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Antioch Speedway, we've had a lot of great people around here, and one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life happened to be the wife of our promoter, Miss Donna, Mrs. Donna Summers. Or Summers? Boy, I blew that one, Mrs. Donna Soares. I'm sorry, Donna, wherever you are up there. Please forgive me. A great lady. If it hadn't been for her, the Antioch Speedway under John would probably not have gone. She was a great lady. She ran the concessions here. Just how can you put somebody that was that special to you to do it? Donna was probably one of the nicest ladies I've ever known. And we're going to take a parade lap now for Donna. We ask that for a moment of silence, and that everybody remembers the greatest lady help promoter here at the Antioch Speedway, with both her and John. And Donna, wherever you are, I know you're up in heaven watching racing and making racing happen in heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, a tribute to the late Donna Soares. Thank you, Donna, for all you've done for the Antioch Speedway. May you rest in peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for our Hobby Stock main event. On the point, out of Oakley, California, the 14 car of Logan Fernandez outside the front row. Jason Robles, look out for him. That car is fast out of Rio Vista in the 78 car.
And in your second row, in the 32 out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Ken Johns. To his outside, out of Antioch, California, is going to be the 16V of Devin Vaughn.
Thank you very much, John. Row 3, Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car on the inside. Outside, Mighty Mouse, Melissa Myers out of Brentwood, California.
And in your fourth row, out of Antioch, California, in the 44G, that is going to be James Graisley. And to his outside, out of Pittsburgh, California, our points leader is going to be the 18T of James Thompson.
And in the fifth row, lovely Lori Brown in the 65 car out of Antioch. Outside, the 29 of Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood.
And in your sixth row, in the number 97 out of Antioch, California, it's going to be the Squirrel, Bree Troen. And to her outside is going to be the 44 out of Brentwood, California. That's going to be John Haney.
Bree's got to win the race and hope something happens to James to win the championship here tonight. In the seventh row, inside, the 54 of Anthony Vigna out of Concord, and Gene Haney outside the 45 car.
In our eighth row, out of Dos Palos, California, in the 38 is going to be Ryan Hart. And to his outside, out of Oakley, California, the 225 is going to be Aiden Ponciano.
In row 9, the 47X of Angela Brown, and outside of her, the 74A of Judy Arth out of Concord, California.
And in our 10th row, the number 2 out of Salida, California, that's going to be Steve Torres. And to his outside, out of Antioch, California, in the 40N is going to be Steve Perry.
And at the back of the 3-car of Jewel Crandall out of Antioch, California. Thoughts and prayers out to Steve's wife, Natalie Perry, with some health issues at home. She told Steve, get your butt out there and go racing.
20-lap hobby stock main event set to go green.
Hey, John, your phone's in here still. All right, we're going racing. 20 laps main event. Logan Fernandez starting on the point in that 14 car. Jason Robles, look for him on that outside lane. That car is extremely fast. Look for him to be on the point come to turn number 1. Coming around. Holding up, we're waiting on one thing here. All right, so who's your pick?
Unfortunately, I did not get to pick, obviously, since you're racing with the mini stocks. But hobby stocks, let's go. Thompson?
Going Thompson. All right, I'm going to say Jason Robles. I don't think he's going to be easy to beat. Thompson, I don't know. He may have some butterflies here tonight getting ready for this championship. That's something he's been wanting to do really bad is win this championship. So wait and see. Not a bad choice. He has definitely won. He's finished second 5 times in the last 6 races, I believe it is. So he is always running up front. Can he do it? We will find out here shortly. Jewel Crandall making the main here tonight. That's good. All right. Waiting on one driver, from what I understand. Is our holdup. So I can tell you right now the racetrack is still wet, still tacky. It's really fast. My race car still has bogging problems. But the racetrack is just beautiful. It has definitely held the moisture here tonight, and this should be a fast race. Should be fast races all night long the rest of the night. So looking for the hobby stocks. Looked like it was a good race for the 4-bangers, the mini stocks. Sport subcompacts, whatever we're calling them, is going to give them the 1-to-go signal this time by. Fabulous Bob with the magic green flag. What's the magic green flag? You say, well, when he holds that one flag up in the air, they come around and they stomp that loud pedal.
Logan Fernandez on the point.
That young man's come a long ways here in the last few weeks.
Leading the field. Right next to him, Jason Robles. His car was like a rocket earlier in his heat race.
So, folks, real quick, back to the 4-bangers, mini stocks, whatever we got. If you're looking for that, give me a yell. We're trying to build this class up. It's going to be a lot of fun, but right now we're going hobby stock. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock main event coming up right now. Green flag in the air.
Green flag is out.
Jason Robles on that high side, down the front straightaway into turn number 1, side by side with Logan Fernandez, but right there is where it kicks in, halfway through turns 1 and 2. That car just shoots off the turn, down the backstretch. Into turn number 3 goes the 78 car. Here comes that the Devin Vaughn car. He was fast in his heat race.
But here comes the 18T of James Thompson. He wants to win this race.
3 wide.
And wins the points leads tonight.
That car pushing up the hill on the exit of turn number 2. Logan Fernandez looking to get underneath. Devin Vaughn, wow, we didn't talk about him taking home the win. He ran well in his heat race. Right now, he's right on the rear bumper of Jason Robles, who just got past going into turn number 1.
Yes, it's going to be, looks like Vaughn. Oh, but here comes Robles. They drag down the back straightaway.
Into turn number 3, side by side that battle. Jason Robles on the inside, Devin Vaughn on the high side. Vaughn gets squirrely coming up off turn number 4. He loses a couple car lengths. Right now, how fast is this racetrack, folks? 17.49 seconds, 77.187 miles an hour. Jason Robles, Devin Vaughn, James Thompson, Logan Fernandez, Jake Betancourt, John Haney, Then the 47 Colton, I'm sorry, not Colton, Gavin Griffiths. Then we got the 54 of Virginia, 44G.
It looks like Michaela Taylor.
Head on into the fence in turn number 2.
Four laps in, 16 to go. Somehow Michaela Taylor has gotten turned straight head on into the wall back there.
Hearing our leader has a right rear flat. Jason Robles, a 78 car, right rear flat. He's heading back towards the pits to get that thing fixed. Not what he wanted to see. I don't know, I'm beginning to think I'm a jinx when I pick people to win. Jeez.
And that's going to allow Devin Vaughn to inherit the lead. And they'll bump the rest of the positions up, which means James Thompson will be into second with Logan Fernandez in the third place position.
So our second place in points, the Squirrel Breed Trowan. Taking a look, and she seems to be
sitting in ninth right now.
Ninth spot right now. In that 97 car. She has not had the year she wanted. Just a lot of bad luck her way. Still able to be in second, but definitely some bad luck for the Squirrel Breed Trowan. And now she's getting ready to go Sport Mod Racing come next year. And that 97 is not going away. There's going to be a multitude of drivers. The dads, the sister, and the Squirrel said she's even going to drive it some next year. 78, Jason Robles heading back towards staging. He gets 2 laps because he was not the cause of the yellow flag, in case you're wondering how that works. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Make sure you keep an eye on our Facebook page at Antioch Speedway by Promotions. That's the official Facebook page. Also, we have AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook, and AntiochSpeedway.tv, of course, is where you're watching this from. And mine is Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and on YouTube. Try to release the latest edition of Wiley's Race Report every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock over on YouTube. Barring complications like this past week when Windows computer decided to go into update without my permission. So I can get it out till Thursday, but it'll be there soon. Wiley's Race Report coming up this week.
Fabulous Bob gives them the 1 to go signal as we're going to get set to get underway once again.
So we're going to see most, if not all, of these cars back next Saturday because it is a big money race for these fine folks. $1,000 a win for the hobby stocks, which means we should be getting a lot more cars than we've been getting, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Alrighty, as Devin Vaughn brings him around 3. As he gets set, as he's gonna see the green flag. Green flag is out. Devin Vaughn jumps out to the early point. James Thompson. It looks like the 14 of Logan Fernandez was kind of caught sleeping a little bit on the restart, as he's gonna get past. Oh, as Devin Vaughn slips up, he's gonna allow James Thompson to inch closer.
Gets underneath him going into turn number 1, Thompson, but he pushes up the hill. Being down that low, falls back in line, loses 3 car lengths coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Just want to say, Thompson. John Haney from 12th to 3rd right now. You see the 44 car.
Haney, another strong runner here. His dad, Gene, said he's the best driver out of that group. The Haney Motorsports. I'm not sure what they call themselves, but the blue and white cars.
Devin Vaughn now inches away, a few car lengths away from the 18T. Oh, Jason Robles. It looks like he's hopped the front wheel of the 44G car of James Graisley. But he's making his charge through the field. As he's sliding in and out. Now he's trying to make his pass on the outside of Judy Ark, as well as a 47 he makes the pass on.
Leader comes up off turn number 4 at the line. He's got about a half a straightaway lead as Thompson had trouble getting around a couple slower cars on that last lap. So now he's got some ground to make up. 11 laps to go in this 20-lap main event for the Jays Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks.
It may not be over for your pick. Let's look at Jason Robles. He is still pushing as now he gets by the 54.
Right now he's looking for a yellow flag to help make up some of this ground. He's a half track, a little over half a track behind our leader.
We are now halfway through this main event. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go. And now look at, he is coming. He is on the back side of the squirrel. Bree Troen trying to make his pass on her.
Down into turn number 1, looking to the high side of the squirrel, Bree Troen. She has the 29 of Betancourt right in front of her. He gets to the outside, side by side, down the backstretch. Into turn number 3, picking up another spot. He really needs a yellow flag to make up all that extra ground he's got. He's got over half a racetrack to make up. He now gets by Logan Fernandez.
And
picking up 2 more spots in turns 3 and 4. Our leader has trouble. James Thompson is our new leader. The 16 car came up off turn number 4 down towards the infield. Trouble, the 18 car on the point. New leader, James Thompson, our points leader, coming into tonight, is the leader coming up off turn number 4.
And I believe Jason Robles is now in the 3rd place position as he gets by John Haney. The 78 of Jason Robles moves into the top 3.
3 laps ago, he was more than half a racetrack behind. Now, he is a little more than a straightaway behind.
Oh, Devin Vaughn gets in the back of Lori Brown.
Yellow flag is out. That's exactly what Jason Robles was looking for.
Wow.
Devin Vaughn, the last 3 laps, has run up through the infield in turn number 4, and that time he picked up an orange cone. Bringing out our yellow flag for debris on the racetrack. Vaughn, that race car, is not handling the way it did earlier, and he is having trouble getting on the exit of turn number 4. Logan Fernandez and Aiden Ponciano getting a little physical down there, coming up off turn number 4 into the yellow flag. Not sure what's going on between those. Sounds like Aiden Ponciano is getting called out for a little rough driving potential. Doubling them up. 7 laps to go up on the board. So the guy you pick's on the point. The guy I pick's 2 back. After falling to the back to change that flat tire. Not bad.
7 laps to go. Anything can happen. Fabulous Bob puts up the 1 to go.
Vaughn takes the high side.
Man, he really did just come through a field of cars.
And he was in the middle of some cars that were much slower than him, a whole gaggle of cars.
And 3 to 4 laps. All right, 7 laps to go, 7-lap shootout. We're getting set to take the green flag. James Thompson woes him up, really.
6 laps to go, just hearing. Correction.
Green flag's out for James Thompson. Devin Vaughn's trying to get that jump over Jason Robles. And then, they're going to drag. No! Jason Robles is going to take that 2nd place position. Now he sets his sights on James Thompson. James Thompson slides up the racetrack. Jason Robles is your new leader.
Robles from last to first, from the outhouse to the penthouse. But here comes James Thompson back on the inside. But that car not sticking on that low side. Jason Robles is his own on the side.
We got carnage. We got carnage up in turn 2.
Smoke coming out, it looks like Vina. Hopefully didn't blow a motor. Last time he was running, he blew like 3 motors in a row.
Wow, Jason Robles from dead last, having a flat tire, having to pull into the pits and coming back from the back of the field within, I believe, 6 to 7 laps, and now he's inherited the lead.
4 laps remain up on the board. James Thompson in the AT&T is second. He is our points leader coming into tonight. And as long as he can hold on, he will win the points championship for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. That car, that 78 car, the last few weeks has just been a rocket ship.
Yeah, it has.
I credit the fact that he has more laps on this racetrack than anybody this year, as he is the one that puts down the water and does all the work.
Laps in all kind of vehicles, right?
Yeah. Jason Robles, driver of the 78 car, on the point. James Thompson chooses the high side. Puts Devin Vaughn down on the low side. Jake Betancourt inside row 3, outside John Haney. Row 4, the Squirrel Breach Owen, outside of her, Aiden Ponciano to 225. Row 5, it is Logan Fernandez on the inside, the 38 car, I believe it is. I can't quite see the number over there. Next row, we got Angela Brown and Judy Arth.
Get set to go green. Jason Robles leads them slow. And green flags out. He shoots out to the early gap. Oh, but here comes Devin Vaughn's going to slide into the inside, possibly. Oh, no, just misses him. But Devin Vaughn's going to take that second place position away from James Thompson.
James did not have a good restart.
Oh, and Aiden Ponciano, man, slid through the infield over the tires. Makes his way back onto the racetrack. But look at the Squirrel. She's running top 5 tonight. She's having a good run. She knows she needs to get up there to at least contest with James Thompson as he runs in the 3rd place position. As we have 3 laps to go.
Coming around, 2 to go this time by Jason Robles, Devin Vaughn, James Thompson, Jake Betancourt, Squirrel Breach Rowan, John Haney, Angela Brown.
Devin Vaughn is trying to throw everything he possibly can at Jason Robles, but white flag's gonna come out for Jason Robles one more time around as he gets by some lap traffic. James Thompson throws it out wide as he's running in that 3rd place position. Through 3, coming out of 4, Jason Robles is gonna take the main event win. Devin Vaughn in 2nd, James Thompson in 3rd, and that's gonna be Jake Betancourt 3rd, and the Squirrel Breach Rowan rounding out your top 5.
Congratulations, James Thompson taking home the championship for the 2020 season, providing he passes tech. We'll have the champions come out later. We are under the gun a little bit for great job for the hobby stocks. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, a successful year. Getting Jason Robles get across the scales there. Jason Robles making his way over to victory lane. We'll get the champions out later after the racing actions are over. As Robles has a ways to work his way around. Chris Bennett down there for victory lane ceremonies. Chris Bennett working out. Working on getting taking care of something right now. Chris Bennett down at victory lane as Jason Robles getting ready to climb out of the race car. Chris Bennett, take it away.
Out of the car, tonight's Hobby Stock main event winner, Jason Robles. Jason, you had some work to do there, buddy.
Yes, sir. Oh, that was fun, though. Thank you to the pit crew.
So you caught lap traffic there. I know that 16 showed his nose there to you a couple times, kind of got you going there, and then that's when that tire went down.
Yeah, after the flat tire, the lap traffic actually helped me, so that was a good thing.
Who do you got to thank in this deal?
Everybody, Antioch Speedway, my wife, Mom and Bear Daycare, Favalora Trucking, my kids. Thank you.
Solid run tonight, Jason. Good job.
Happy birthday, Tricia.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Chris. As we roll out to our next memorial lap, it is, of course, the Donna Soares Larry Damitz Memorial Night. And you'll see his 100 hardtop up there. You'll see his 15. Excuse me. When he ran it, limited late model. Now, of course, super stock. Larry Damitz started his racing career back in 1953. He competed or helped others at the racetrack every year since. He was hooked. He continued to race his hardtop at the old Vallejo Speedway and the Contra Costa Speedway in Pacheco. Winning seemed to come easy for Larry in limited late models at Antioch Speedway. At 87 years old, he was still winning and was the track champion for the 5th time in 6 years. Let's now have a memorial lap and a moment of silence for Larry Damitz. Larry Damitz, a gentleman racer, driver of the 15 car, the Sun Drop Kid. The ageless wonder, Larry Damitz. The Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta drives his cars now. That 15 car you see going around turn number 2. The 100 hardtop. Larry Damitz. Great racer, nice guy, hard worker. God bless. With that starting lineup for the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks on the front row. Out of Folsom, California, It's Jay Bryant, the 992 car outside the front row, the 13A. Mike Welko out of Knightson, California. Leader coming into points-wise coming into tonight.
And in your second row, out of Grass Valley, California, in the 4T, that is Brent Larson. And to his outside, also out of Grass Valley, California, in the 401K, that is Richard Brace Jr.
Row 3, the 55 of Matt Kyle out of San Jose, California. And Justin Crockett in the 21 JT out of Ariel Grande, California.
And in your fourth row, out of Rennert Park, California, in the 9Z, that is Mitch Machado. And to his outside, out of Concord, California, in the 2, that is Mike Gustafson.
Row 5 is Kimo Areta, the Flying Hawaiian, in the 15 car out of Vacaville, and Ryan Cerezian in the 12 car out of Knightson.
In your sixth row, in the 99, out of Danville, California, that is Jim Freethy. And to his outside, out of Alamo, California, in the 48, that is John Evans.
Row 7, the 11H, Mike Learn out of Petaluma, and Chad Hammer, the 94 car out of Antioch.
And row 8 in the 4, DJ Kelson out of Newman, California. And to his outside, the 3D of Chris Smith out of Trona, California.
In row 9, the 77 of Chris Long on the inside. He's out of Antioch. And outside, the 01 of Jimmy Bobby in that 01 car.
As we get set to go green, 20 laps. Super Stock, Tri-State Pro Stock.
Who's your winner? Pick?
Mitch Machado.
Actually, I was supposed to pick first, but okay. You got to pick first last time. Down to turn number 1 they go. Mike Welko on that high side. Gets out in front.
Oh! We got carnage already early, and looks
turn
like
number 1. Jim 99, Jim Freethy getting together over there, turn number 4.
He's going to keep it going, and we stay green. Mike Welko.
I'm going to say the 401K of Richard Brace is going to win.
As he tries to, oh, he blows! He blows the motor!
It's my jinx. Holy smokes. Okay, Mike Welko is going to win. I didn't get it. Yeah.
That was strange. No, but Mike Welko still leading the point with now Jay Bryant in second, and it looks like that is the 21 JT of Justin Crockett sitting in third.
You no longer hear that deep throaty sound come from that super stock of Mike Welko.
Oh, just like that, he loses 2 positions. Jay Bryant is your new leader with Justin Crockett sitting in second now.
Mike Welko came in tonight 52 points ahead of Jim Freethy, so almost guaranteed to the championship. Now out there for the win. They're coming up on that 1957 Chevy, driven by DJ Kelton.
Oh, the 55 of Matt Cowell goes around as he gets into the side of the 4T of Brent Larson. That's going to bring out the yellow. Came into the turn a little hot and got sideways and got into the side of the 4T of Brent Lawrence. I think I said Larson, I'm sorry. Brent Lawrence.
Last lap is 17:03 on a stopwatch, 79.272 miles an hour. Hearing possible debris on the racetrack from the 15 out there. That DJ Kelton car, the 1957 Chevy, coming around slow.
And as you can see, some wet spots from the 401K in the infield.
Definitely blew something.
Man, that was strange. Hey, but your other car won the race.
Yeah,
Jason Robles.
Jason Robles came back.
So you can't say it's a jinx.
I don't think this guy's going to do it though. Wow.
That was a strange moment though.
Going to give him the 1 to go sign this time by Jay Bryant on the point, the 21 car. Justin Crockett in the second spot. In the third spot's the 13A of Mike Welko, our most likely soon-to-be champion. The 4T is next, Brent Lawrence. He's in the 4th spot, and 5th is the 9Z of Mitch Machado, winner of heat race number 2. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by.
As they get set, Jay Bryant leads them. Green flag is going to wave. Jay Bryant
down quick.
Yep, Justin Crockett jumps out to the second place position. Here comes Mitch Machado. He's going to try to get by Mike Welko down the back straightaway. He backs off a little bit.
.007 miles an hour, 16:07 on the stopwatch. That race car is fast. Bryant down into turn number 3. Here comes that 21 car of Justin Crockett. Crockett catches up with him down the straightaway, but Jay Bryant has a better run up off the turn and gains that ground back. 77 of Chris Long going slow down the front straightaway.
He's going to pull it into off the racetrack. Continuing to lead is still Jay Bryant, as now Mitch Machado inherits that third place position away from Mike Welko. He's going to try to set his sights on the 21 JT of Crockett, as we see Kimo Areta, the Flying Hawaiian, now sitting in that that 6th place position.
He's a driver that's got his plans kind of up in the air for next year. He's actually talking about maybe getting this IMCA stock car. Is Areta.
And now he's going to try to make a move on the 4T of Brent Lawrence. As, he slips up a little bit. Oh, now we see Crockett. Crockett's close. Almost closed in on Jay Bryant. He's going to try to look to the outside. No, he's going to be denied.
Three-way battle for first, coming up off second place, or up off turn 2, I'm sorry. Jay Bryant, Crockett, and Machado.
Machado
working around that 48 of John Evans. That slower traffic allowed everybody to bunch up. Into turn number 1 goes the Crockett car. Down low, not able to make a move on Bryant.
Halfway through this feature, Crockett gets an inside, he takes them both out. Also Machado.
4.
Our top 3 cars are all turned around in the center of 3 and 4. That is unbelievable.
Racetrack almost completely blocked.
Oh, Jay Bryant, he's pretty heated, I'm pretty sure, under that hood. Oh, some fire possibly.
That's just flames out the exhaust as they're trying to...
Man, oh yeah, he is mad.
Not happy, Jay Bryant.
As we've seen the 21 JT of Justin Crockett come in hot, and he got into the side of the 92 of Jay Bryant, turned both of them around. Mitch Machado had nowhere to go, and he ended up getting also collected into the wreck as well.
That puts our leader as the 13A of Mike Welko. Our points leader coming into tonight. That was crazy. Top 3 involved in an incident down at turn number 4. Jay Bryant gets it up and running again. An unhappy Jay Bryant.
Man, getting to talk to Jay Bryant earlier, he just said he's just out here having fun. He really doesn't have too much expectations. You know, just helping everybody out as he possibly can. But, man, to have that one taken away from him, I'm pretty sure he's pretty hot right now.
Absolutely. That 57 Chevy, that thing is just cool.
Well, with that, it looks like Mike Welko will inherit the lead over the 4T of Brent Lawrence and the 15 of the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta.
Areta up to the 3rd spot. Got a little bit of damage on the left rear of that car. No, he's talking about possibly getting a stock car. I really would be surprised. I don't think that would eliminate him from running the 15 car. I think he's just going to add that and maybe concentrate on the stock car over possibly his modified. Those stock cars put on one heck of a race last weekend. Every race with those stock cars. Cannot wait to see him out here next year. The subcompacts, mini stocks, 4-bangers, whatever you want to call them. It's a great class to get started in. Come on out and have some fun with us. Doesn't cost very much. Get a 4-banger, a 4-cylinder race car, gut it out, put a roll cage in it, a seat, get a driving suit and helmet, and all that fun stuff.
I think
you get ready to come out and have some fun with us.
The subcompacts are IMCA sanctioned, but they're somewhat sort of the same thing.
Theirs are even more stock.
Yeah, a little
Some
bit more
of the cars
faster.
you saw here tonight wouldn't be allowed in there because front-wheel drive only for the subcompact. Green flag in the air. Mike Welko down to turn number 1. Kimo run underneath them, side by side.
Oh!
Kimo
Lena gets tagged.
Brent Lawrence car.
Oh, we have carnage.
Gets hit by, or gets into Lawrence, and we got 5, 6.
We have a roadblock in turn 2. We're coming out of turn 2.
Red flag is out because the racetrack is completely blocked. That all started with the 4T of Brent Lawrence getting into Kimo Areta. And Areta got it straightened out. Lawrence got out of the gas, so he didn't turn him around. And the 11H of Mike Learn got into the back of the 4T, and that just kept it on rolling. Got this stack up over there off turn number 2. You got the 4T of Brent Lawrence over there. You got Mitch Machado involved. You got 94 of Chad Hammer, Ryan Soares, the 4 of DJ Kelson. The 21 car of Justin Crockett spun himself over in turn number 1, I assume to get away from that incident over there. The 55 of Matt Kyle's involved. And I think that's John Evans in the 48 car over there, right behind the 94 of Chad Hammer. Hammer starting to get that thing fired and rolling off. Chad Hammer's wife, Rena, talking to the during the drivers meeting today. She is planning all the activities for Halloween night. We are racing on Halloween night, of course. And all the kids that come with the teams and stuff dress up. We're going to have trick-or-treating. We're going to have candy handouts, bouncy houses, all kinds of fun stuff on the 31st. With the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, Super Stocks. Big race for these Super Stocks on that night, with the combined with the Tri-State Pro Stocks. And the Wingless Sprint Cars will all be here on Halloween night. Again, candy for the kids. Looks like we're about ready to go back to yellow flag. We got a path over there. Yellow flag coming back out. That was a, I don't know. I'd look for a full moon, but I know it's not here tonight. Just some craziness suddenly going on in this race.
Yeah, we've seen a tire fly over the wall. The top 3 take out each other. I mean, man, there's all kind of stuff going on tonight.
A lot of damage on
the 12 car of Ryan Soares
in there,
yes.
El Camino. Open up the side of that thing. That's a weird way that thing's opened up. It's opened up from the bottom up instead of normally be the top down. And that car, flat right rear looks like. Yep. Hopefully get that fixed and get it back out here. Now we got to work on getting the lineup set. Get Mike Gustafson up in front of Mike Learn. So Mike Welko, we got the mics going on here. Mike Welko is our leader. Kimo Areta second. Mike Gustafson third. Mike Learn fourth. Fifth is Jim Freedy. Sixth, Jay Bryant. Seventh, Chris Long. Eighth is... Nope, scratch that. Chris Long is not. Seventh, he is eighth. Put the 21 of Justin Crockett, 21 JT, into the 7th spot. 8th, Chris Long. 9th, I think that's going to be the 01 of Jimmy Robbins there. The 4T car is in that position at the moment, Brent Lawrence, but he was the cause of this latest yellow, so he will have to fall to the rear of the field. As we were talking the subcompact, mini stock, whatever it is, yes, the subcompacts division, there is an IMCA subcompact division. Our rules are a little bit different than that.
I believe they're sports compacts.
Sport compacts?
Sport compacts, yeah.
So it's going to be a new name, but folks, get on out there and get yourself a race car again and just grab a 4-cylinder race car. look at the gear on the rules and gut it, roll cage it. If you need help with that, you can't roll cage it yourself, let me know. I've got some people. Trevor Kleiman said he'll do it, and some others. So we're getting that division built up. Great place to start, great place to have some fun. I'll tell you what, it is fun. Those things are fun when your motor's running, right? A little frustrated with that, but that's okay. All right, lineup is set. We're going to double them up. Mike Welko gets a row to himself at Texas-style restart. Kimo Areta gets to choose the high side or the low side in that 15 car. Put Mike Gustafson. We'll go the other one. Looks like Areta's going to take the low side. All right, so Areta takes the high or low side, puts Gustafson on the high side. Mike Learn. Inside row 3, outside is Jim Freely. Row 4 is Jay Bryant and Justin Crockett. Bryant's not real happy with him right now. Row 5, Chris Long and Jimmy Bobby. Row 6, Chad Hammer, Matt Kyle. Row 7. Right now, John Evans in it by himself. The 4-car of DJ Kelson is supposed to be there, and at the back of the pack, the 4T of Brent Lawrence. Lights out. We're going to green flag race it this next time by.
Oh, they stack it up a little bit. Green flag is out for Mike Welko. Gustafson jumps out to the Gustafson jumps out to the second place. No, it's going to be Kimo Areta. 9 laps to go.
8 laps remain this 20-lap main event for the Super Sox. Down to turn number 1. Areta goes low. Mike Welko on the high side. Side by side up off turn number 2. That high side once again pays off for Welko. He gets down the back stretch into turn number 3 first, but Areta gets squirrely on the middle of 3 and 4 and loses 4 or 5 car lengths. Falls back into the hands of Mike Gustafson. Did Areta, the Flying Hawaiian, having trouble last time through turns 3 and 4.
Jim Freely, he pushed up the racetrack. Oh, Jay Bryant, Jim Freely gets side. Get right into each other. Jim Freely, he slides it through the infield.
Wow. That thing. Not sure if he has something broke or what's going on with that 99 car, but suddenly that thing wagging like a dog. Our leader coming up off turn number 4, Mike Welko, in the 13A. He was my second pick, by the way, if you remember. Anyway, we're right up off turn number 2. Gustafson now has pressure in that battle for third as Mike Learn looked to the inside.
Oh, Jay Bryant gets into the back of Justin Crockett. Possibly still unhappy with the move that he made earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure those two are going to play nice for the rest of the night.
As we see Mike Welko.
Turn number 3, leader on the inside of John Evans. High side goes Kimo Areta. Side by side off turn number 4. They get together, does John Evans and Kimo Areta.
Lap traffic in the way.
Learn spins right in front of Justin. He gathered back up. And once again, Jay Bryant has to go through the infield. Battle for the lead off 4. At the line, it's Mike Welko.
Oh, and it looks like John Evans' nose falls under his race car.
Battle for the lead off turn number 2. Mike Welko now pulling away from Kimo Areta, coming around to the white flag. This time by Welko. Areta up off turn number 4. White flag is out. One more time around that white rag flying in the air. Welko into turn number 1. Areta down low. They got Jimmy Bobby up in front of him. He just bounced off the wall at turn number 2. Down to turn number 3. Mike Welko, Kimo Areta, Jimmy Bobby on the high side. Coming up off turn number 4. Give it to Mike Welko. Areta with the second place finish. Third is Learn. 4th, the 21 of Crockett. And 5th, Matt Kyle in the 55 car. What a race. Last lap, 16.84 seconds, 80.166 miles an hour. Mike Welko, winner of our main event and 2020 Super Stock champion. Unofficial, of course.
Yeah, congrats to him. What a race he had between him and Kimo Areta. Being able to hold off Kimo Areta. They had such a good battle going on.
One more race to go, folks. It is the winner of our race. Damitz down on victory lane. looks like it changed. He was about to go to the scales. And looks like we're not doing the scales for these guys. See if we can get it back.
So in our third place position, it was Mike Learn, Justin Crockett, and the 55 of Matt Kyle, rounding out your top 5 for this Tri-State Pro Stock Series. I'm sorry, this Tri-State Super Stocks.
Might want to send security to 21 car just in case. Mike Walko working his way back around. Right now, this one is going to be about victory in the race. We'll do championship stuff later. Getting ready for the wingless sprint car race. As Chris Bennett, John Myers is going to take things away for Victory Lane.
We got Mike down here. Wiley, getting out of the car.
Never thought we'd have this going on.
I didn't either. You know, for those of you that don't know, 30 years ago.
More than that.
No, it was 30 years ago, 1980. I was one of the crewmen on Mike's car. We brought a car out here with the number 54 on it. And the rest is kind of history. There he is, out of his helmet. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's nobody up there. Mike, I heard upstairs that this may be your championship year.
You know, I don't know who's keeping track, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, you know, this win's fantastic. It's been a long time since I've been here to see you been out in front. I was standing over there rooting for you the whole time.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. It's nice to hear from you.
You know, we've got a long history together. We worked together for a company many years and all that kind of stuff. And like you said, who thought we'd be standing out here tonight to this, and you on the verge of winning your championship?
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. I didn't realize that was the case with the championship, but it's real nice to get a win. I was, getting close to the end of the year. We hadn't got one yet this year, so we've been close a couple times, but really nice to get one, especially in front of a very competitive field like this. A lot of good guys out here tonight, and just got in the water early, first couple laps, and lost the lead, but got lucky and got it back and was able to hold them off. So everybody around me drove pretty darn clean, so I don't know what was going on in the back, but luckily I wasn't back there to see it.
And it's your birthday? Monday? Well, happy birthday. I won't even ask you how old you are because I'm older than snot. And you're not much behind me, so.
To this point, the number isn't really that.
You're right. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mike Walko picking up the win this evening. Congratulations, Mike.
Mike will be coming back out a little later on after all the racing is over. We will have the championship presentation. With that, we got the wingless sprint cars main event to go as we're up against it 10 o'clock at night. It's the 3E of Jacob Tuttle out of Oakley, California, on the point outside the front row. 33 of DJ Johnson out of Stockton, California. Look out for him. I'm going to pick him to win.
All right. Second row, out of Santa Rosa, California, in the 50, that's going to be Tony Bernard. And to his outside, out of Morgan Hill, California, in the 1C, that's going to be Jimmy Christian.
Inside row 3, Dylan Bloomfield out of Discovery Bay in the 33, and Josh Young to his outside, the 7, EJ out of Roseville, California.
And in your fourth row, out of Gulf, California, in the 3F, that is Matt Streeter. And to his outside, in the 11B, out of Fairfield, California, that's going to be Alan Miranda.
Row 5 inside is Dan Gonerman out of Antioch, California. To his outside, the 56 of Sean Arriaga out of Antioch, California. A couple a wing sprint car driver that is turned into a wingless sprint car driver in Arriaga.
And in row 6, out of Antioch, California, in the 87, that is going to be Abigail Gonderman. And to her outside is going to be the 48 of Troy Ferry out of Vallejo, California.
That first time, Abby and Dan, father and daughter, have raced against each other, and they're nose to tail on the start. Row 7 inside, the 71 of James East out of San Jose, California, and the 3R of Bob Davis out of Petaluma, California.
And your row 8 in the 27 out of Sonora, California, that is going to be Steve Miocci. And to his outside is going to be the 21 of Roy Fisher out of Antioch, California.
Row 9 to 92A of Jeff Scotto. He's out of Brentwood, California. To his outside is Doc Brophy out of Antioch, California in a 28 car.
And in your final row is going to be the 36 of Bob Newberry. I don't think he made the call tonight, though. And to his outside is going to be the 2 of Kevin Box out of Antioch, California.
Bob Newberry, second time in a row he's come out and had trouble in the heat race, and I am not seeing him out there. Maybe, right? Maybe over there in turn number 2. We'll find out here in just a second. That's our starting lineup.
That's Josh Young.
20-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars here. It is not their championship night. This is just a normal points race for these fine folks. But it should be a good race. You got a fast racetrack out here. With that front row, DJ Johnson, I chose him, so who are you picking?
Oh, man.
I hate picking against Dylan. I like seeing him run, but DJ has been on fire lately.
You picked early before we finished the lineup, though. So I mean, I should get to take 2 cars in.
Well, I got 2 cars last race, so and my second car won. So I'll let you have 2 cars because I didn't get the first pick this year.
All right. So I'll take my first choice. I'll take the young gun. I'll take Dylan Bloomfield, and this one I'll pick a sleeper, Josh Young.
Wow. Okay. You know who we didn't pick that ran strong? Jacob Tuttle. That would be one to watch out for as well. Wingless sprint car action here at Antioch Speedway. Looking for them to be very fast.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a good one.
Coming out, doubling up. Fabulous Bob has the X up in the air. Unfortunate, Bob Newberry not able to make the call. I like that new James East wrap. That thing's looking good.
19 cars strong here right now onto the racetrack. 20 laps we'll see for our wingless sprint cars.
Got our pace vehicle out front there. Get them all doubled up. Want to say thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Keep an eye on our Facebook at Antioch Speedway by Promotions, our website at AntiochSpeedway.com, my Facebook, Antioch Speedway Announcer, for all the latest and greatest in news and notes and information and schedule changes and whatnot. Also, don't forget AntiochSpeedway.tv and Facebook is also one of our Facebook pages. That's where you were doing your live show today, right?
Yeah. Got to interview Dylan Bloomfield, Bree Troen, Chris Long, and then Chad Hammer, Jay Bryant. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Had a couple live shows going on at the same time, so
we're always up to date here at Antioch Speedway. So just follow along with our pages, and you won't miss a thing.
Okay, so let me answer the question that I have to answer every week. No, we can't have fans.
No.
The health department called Tina back finally this past week and said pretty much as long as there's a pandemic, we're not going to have fans.
Yeah, that's unfortunate circumstances, but you know we're all having to deal with that and live with that as of right now.
That is.
But right now we have racing getting set to go green. 20 laps, wingless sprints. Tuttle, Johnson on the point. Green flags out. DJ Johnson shoots out to the early lead.
Jacob Tuttle falls in line in second. All the cars, almost. Abby gone. Oh, 2 cars get together. James East is involved. The other car looks to be the 3F, I believe it is, of Matt Streeter. Get collected on the exit of turn number 2. James East keeps going. Now we got 2 cars. Jeff Scotto, Roy Fisher, and Dan Kahneman involved in an incident down in turn number 1. Yellow flag is out. Jeff Scotto is going to have to be on the hook for what we're hearing over the radio. I was watching the incident on the other end of the racetrack as that one happened over there, so I'm not sure what happened.
Good to see Roy Fisher back out after that heat race where you see his tire flying over the fence. So, unfortunately, he got caught up in a collision once again.
Doc Brophy pulls into the infield talking to Chad right now. Chad looking at his left front. What a great season it has been for being such a wacky season.
Yeah, I think, man, I think it really shows a testament to, once again, like I said, shows a testament to what Chad and Tina are able to do, you know, especially with, like they said, the circumstances. We seen the interview that he had with Chet Krishner on Flow Racing about, you know, kind of not expecting to have a season, and we ended up having a season, and I'd say he's had a pretty successful season. Not many tracks were actually most tracks aren't even racing right now. We are actually racing almost every week, and yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we started racing back on Memorial Weekend. First racetrack, I think, in California.
The only racetrack in California.
And we have raced every weekend since, and we'll race through the end of this month before we finally get a break when the first weekend in November, we'll have the first 3 weekends of November off, and then we'll come back for one more time for a double header, or a double night show. Thanksgiving weekend. That's right. We got the Turkey Night 1 and Turkey Night 2. Turkey Night 1 will include the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the wingless sprint cars, the wing sprint cars, and now the four bangers are going to be joining that ticket on that night. I'm hoping to get some more of these guys that came out tonight, some of the Central Valley guys. Hopefully some folks that are going to be out here racing next year in the mini stock four banger, whatever you want to call it, class. On the next night, it'll be the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the IMCA Modifieds, and IMCA Sport Modifieds on November 28th for some great racing action to finish out our 2020 season. And then, folks, we're racing at the end of November, which means we only have 2.5 months before we start testing again if it's normal. We typically start having test days about mid-February and start going racing mid-March. So
yeah,
it'll be a short off-season.
It should be a short winter.
Which is okay, because it's been a weird year and we got started really late. But that's why you keep an eye on the Facebook and on the website for when the schedule is released and any news, notes, information, and whatnot. So,
like you said, depending on how our weather does for us, we shall see.
1 to go signal given at the starter stand. Of course, these guys do not do Texas-style restarts. They do single-file restarts. They cannot pull out the pass. They cannot hit that orange cone down on the front straightaway. They cannot pull down below the cone on the front straightaway. If they do hit the cone or go below the cone, they do lose 2 positions at the next flag.
All right, 1 lap in, still 19 laps to go. DJ Johnson jumped out to the early point over Jacob Tuttle. And as we get set to go once again, green flag is out for Johnson as he jumps out to a sizable margin over Jacob Tuttle. Still, as we see the 56 of Sean Arriaga trying to make some moves into the inside. I believe that is a Matt Streeter.
DJ Johnson down the backstretch into turn number 3. Jacob Tuttle doing a great job getting in a different car, and only his 3rd time in a wingless sprint car here. Behind him, the 1C of Jimmy Christian in the 3rd spot. 4th, it's the 7EJ of Josh Young. 5th, it is, I believe that's Tony Bernard. Yeah, hard to see these numbers.
As we see young Dylan Bloomfield doing battle now with Matt Streeter. I believe that is for the 6th and 7th place position.
Bloomfield gets around Streeter through turns 1 and 2, our leader at the line.
Dylan Bloomfield side by side. He's going to lose out. Matt Streeter's going to take that position away from young Dylan Bloomfield. And now he sets his sights on the 50 of Tony Bernard.
Abby Gonerman leaves the racetrack.
As the track is really, really fast, as you see the cars are spaced out. 2 to 3 cars. Oh, we got Tony Bernard. He gets in the, and he gets in the side of Matt Streeter as he got collected with lap traffic.
Somehow saved it and kept it running.
Yeah, that was amazing. as we stay green. Still leading the race is the 33 DJ of DJ Johnson.
Coming up off turn number 4. He's got a car getting squirrely right in front.
The 56 of Arriaga almost loses it into turn 1. Now DJ Johnson gets in the back of some lap traffic.
And Johnson now underneath, coming up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway. 12 laps remain in this 20-lap main event. Johnson coming up on a slower car, looking to the inside. The 3E of Jacob Tuttle not letting him get away. Only a few car lengths back at the line. 14:34 in the stopwatch, 94.142 miles an hour. That last
he gets rolled up by some traffic. Here comes Tuttle.
Tuttle, what a move down the straightaway. Now he touches with the slower traffic.
He's still moving. He's still going. DJ Johnson through the inside. He's going to inherit the lead once again.
Kevin Box involved in that, looks like. Wow, Kevin Box leaves the racetrack.
We're past halfway. DJ Johnson, now he knows where Tuttle is, and now he's going to try to check out again. Or hopefully check out.
96.774 miles an hour. 13.95. We broke that 14-second barrier. Up off turn number 4. He's got about a 1.2 second lead over Jacob Tuttle right now. Clear racetrack in front of him for about a half a straightaway. Coming up on the Tony Bernard car will be the next car. He's got to put a lap down. Up off turn number 4. Puts lap number 14 in the books. 6 laps remain.
6 laps remain. Jacob Tuttle is losing ground now to our leader in the 33. Oh, we have one sideways. Oh, and it looks like the 11. Our leader.
DJ Johnson tried to go high around Troy Ferry, but Alan Miranda had hit the wall. First hit Troy Ferry, then hit the wall and spun, and DJ Johnson had nowhere to go.
Wow. This night just got even crazier. Our leader, with 4 laps remaining, is now parked in turn 1.
There's actually another car over at the pit exit.
I believe that is the 56 of Sean Arriaga. And it looks like he's like into the tires, possibly.
He is actually out of the car over talking with the other car. I'm not sure they were exchanging recipes for cookies. Something happened between Sean Arriaga.
Wow, hopefully our
DJ Johnson had absolutely nowhere to go. He went high to get around that the 48 of Troy Ferry. And as he did that, sitting right there, sitting sideways with the 11B of Alan Miranda. And he just had to slide her sideways.
Wow.
Sean Arriaga not happy with Troy Ferry, looks like. Alan Miranda sitting on top of his roll cage at the moment.
And that's going to allow Jacob Tuttle to inherit the lead with the 1C of Jimmy Christian, and the 7 EJ of Josh Young will be in third. Wow, I always say anything can happen.
Just listening over the radio, sounds like Troy Ferry was trying to leave the racetrack and Sean Arriaga was on his outside. And they got together. Young Dylan Bloomfield up to the top 5 in that 5th spot, but look at that.
Yeah, it was kind of weird seeing him not run in the. I would say it's kind of different not seeing him run in the top 3. He's probably just trying to get adjusted to that new car.
Yeah, it didn't work up through the field quite like he normally does. Jacob Tuttle on the point. He started, let's see, Dylan Bloomfield started in the 5th spot. It's just been some weird stuff here tonight, that is for sure.
And your pick is now parked in turn 1.
The jinx continues. Even the guy that came back and won had a problem. Oy.
But it looks like, I believe DJ Johnson will possibly continue on, maybe.
Get that thing pushed back off.
I wouldn't think that he had too much damage. He just kind of slid into the side of the 11B.
It's like he, is that him out of the race car? Getting Alan Miranda on the hook, get him towed away. Nope, Alan Miranda was looking at it for him. Yeah, I'm not sure if they... Getting the track was blocked for just a second down there as the cars are coming around. Thanks for joining us on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Antioch Speedway TV up and running as we continue to build this brand. Working on getting additional features such as replay and multiple cameras when we get a chance. Things are getting bigger and better, just as they are here at the racetrack with Chad and Tina Chadwick. This year has been a year of growth for them, and first year promoters, and what happens? Coronavirus hits and said no fans, and yet here we are racing each and every week. So great job, Chad and Tina. Got DJ up and running again. Sean Arriaga involved in that incident down there. 48 car, Troy Ferry trying to leave the racetrack, got together with Arriaga as he went to leave the racetrack. All right, so we got 5 laps to go. Looking at the scoreboard, Jacob Tuttle on the point. The second place is Jimmy Christian. Third is the 7EJ of Josh Young. Fourth, it's the 3F of Matt Streeter. Fifth, the 33 of Dylan Bloomfield. Sixth looks to be the 21 car of Roy Fisher. Seventh is the 28 of Doc Brophy. Eighth is 50 of Tony Bernard. Ninth is where DJ Johnson falls in line. 10th, 71 East of James East. And 11th, it's the 27 of Sean Miyake.
It looks like we're going to get set to go green. 5-lap shootout. Jacob Tuttle leads them to the green flag. Jimmy Christian. Also with Josh Young sitting there. Tuttle with a 2-car length lead over the 1C.
I think DJ Johnson, if he had more laps, might be able to work his way back up through the field, but I think he's going to run out of time. Oh, our leader spins to the infield. Jacob Tuttle spins.
And that's
our leader falls out again. Put Jimmy Christian up on the point now.
Here comes Matt Streeter and instead of Young. Oh, he's going to be denied.
2 laps to go.
2 laps to go for Christian. Can he hold on? Can he hold on? Let's just say, can he hold on? White flag's going to be out for the 1C.
At the line, given just by about 6 inches.
Oh,
7 EJ of Josh Young.
Slides across Young. Do 3. Coming out of 4 in the 1C. It's going to be Jimmy Christian taking home the win.
7 EJ of Josh Young in the second spot. Third, Matt Streeter. Wow.
We've seen both of our leaders give up the lead in a wild race for these wingless sprint cars.
Did you see who finished 5th?
It should have been Dylan.
Dylan Bloomfield finished 4th. DJ Johnson finished 5th.
Wow.
Again, it's just not a points championship night for these guys. They still have another points race, but congratulations to our winner, Jimmy Christian. Driving the 1C after a crazy race. That was insane.
Yes.
Fabulous Bob doing a fabulous job, as always, on the flag stand. As we wait for the leader, going to need a push vehicle to get him around to victory lane. Not sure if we got John or Chris Bennett down there for victory lane. Championship stuff still coming up. There we got a push vehicle pulling him around. We're going to pull him around with a push vehicle. Push him around with a push vehicle.
You can say the race car is pulling the push vehicle.
Oh, there you go. All right, we finally got the winning car into victory lane. Chris Bennett, I see a microphone in his hand. Let's send it down for victory lane ceremonies in a very, very crazy race.
We're down here with Morgan Hill's Jimmy Christian, winner of the wingless sprint car main event. Jimmy, you went wild one, dude.
Yeah, that's. I think that's a case of being lucky, and the guy had a good handle on me on that lead, and then this track was tricky and it was beautiful, and I've been watching this track for a while. All we wanted to race here on a regular basis, and they're doing a hell of a job here.
Who keeps you here? Who keeps you going?
Well, I work a lot of side jobs to make this thing happen, but I do have a lot of help. Santa Maria Racing is by far my biggest supporter. When I tear the parts up, he supplies me parts to get me back out here, and that's pretty much my biggest help and support.
What's the rest of your season looking like for you?
Well, we're gonna. There's a few more here at Antioch, so this is going to be where this is where I will be.
That's excellent to hear, Jimmy. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Great, thank you.
Jimmy Christian, guys, ladies, gentlemen, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Chris Bennett down there. Not behind the wheel of a race car tonight, behind the wheel or the microphone down in the infield. Thank you very much. Waiting to see if we're doing championship stuff. Chip car. With that, folks, we are about to say goodnight. Doesn't look like we're going to get the championship cars back out here. Jimmy Christian, congratulations to him for taking home the win in the wingless sprint car ranks. In the hobby stocks, I want to say thanks, congratulations to Jason Robles on the race win. James Thompson for the championship in the 18T car. In the super stocks, Mike Welko took home the race win and
the championship. Yeah.
Congratulations to him. And in the four bangers,
Tom Brown.
Is that who won? Okay. I was a little busy, so I didn't see who won. So Tom Brown with the win out of Santa Rosa, California. I like seeing that Santa Rosa car here. Maybe means he's going to come down here and play with us more. He had a strong race car in that 3R. And just want to say thanks, folks, for watching on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Antioch Speedway TV is up and running. Keep an eye on the website this week. And, of course, we will have the latest edition of Wiley's Race Report coming up on Wednesday night, if all goes as planned. Around 7 o'clock, it gets released on YouTube, and then it'll be moved over to Facebook after that, barring complications. But thanks for tuning in. We look forward to having you back next Saturday night when we are going racing again. Joe, it's going to be a lot of fun because we have a big money race for the hobby stocks.
Yeah, 1,000 to win for our hobbies, and also 1,000 to win for our Tri-State Pro Stocks as well. So we'll be looking forward to hopefully seeing most of, if not every car out here again for that 1,000 to win.
Hobby stocks, of course, 1,000 to win, but $100 to start the A-Main, so that's nice. It's a big money show for them. The following weekend, excuse me, we're going Dwarf Car Racing. It is a 2-night show, Dwarf Car Mania. Dwarf Cars on Friday night, the 23rd of October. And the following night, October 24th, we're going to have the Dwarf Cars and the Wingless Sprint Cars. These Wingless Sprint Cars we just watched will be back. And it is their last points race. So that's when we'll do the championship for the Wingless Sprint Cars. Will be on October 24th. On October 31st, it is Halloween night. Candy for the kids. It's going to be a lot of fun. IMC Modifieds, IMC Sport Mods, the Super Stocks, and the Wingless Sprint Cars will all be here on that night. It is a big money show, big show for the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks on that night as well. And then we return on November 27th and 28th, Turkey Night 1 and Turkey Night 2. On night 1, the Hobby Stocks, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, Wingless Sprints, and the Wing Sprints will be joined by the Four Bangers. And then on the 28th, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, and the Hobby Stocks will return for one final night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thank you, Chris Bennett, for doing the infield duties tonight. Final thoughts?
Once again, never a dull moment here, but yeah, just some exciting racing in all three classes, or I'm sorry, all four classes. With like you said, Mike Welko not only taking home the championship, he got the win also as well in that wild race. And then wingless sprints, seeing Jimmy Christian end up, after our two leaders ended up giving up the race, he ended up prevailing and taking home the win. Four Bangers, Tom Brown was pretty much checked out. We had the race in the bag, and then the hobby stock race was just unbelievable with Jason Robles having the lead, having the flat tire, coming back onto the racetrack, and then sealing up the win. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's just stoked about that one, and that was one heck of a race to watch.
So another great night of racing here at Antioch Speedway, and thanks for tuning in. Tim, our camera guy, thank you very much. Great job down there, as always, and we look forward to having you all back here next Saturday night for more racing action with the Hobby Stocks and the Super Stocks as we are into the special race weekend portion of the year, and just can't beat it, folks. This is a great place to be. Great racing action. Thanks to Chad and Tina Chadwick for putting this all together, and all the folks that help out, all the officials, all the DNF crew, all the volunteers, and everyone that puts in. Thank you, Joe, for all you do. Andrea, thank you very much for the scoring and all that fun stuff. And folks, it's that time. Until Wednesday, I'm Wiley.